Greetings, greetings, greetings. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Today's Monday, April the 11th, 10:02 a.m. I'm running about approximately about 32 minutes late here. I'm having some technical difficulties here, but we got it all worked out here. We're just gonna do what we can do from what we have here. But we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Missed the first 30 minutes here, but as you can see, the market did sell off in pre-market and then just popped up here the first 30 minutes. And we're still in the red overall, but that's just where we're at right now. We do got a bunch of news here coming off the weekend. I hope you guys had a good weekend. And with that being said, man, I don't want to waste you guys' time since the market is already open here. Let's go ahead and get right into the news here. First off, let's see. Twitter shares up after Elon Musk abandons plan to join board. So Twitter is actually up after Elon said he didn't want to join their board. Twitter shares are actually up off of that. Apparently, that's what they're saying here. I don't see Twitter on my time feed, but let's see on my timeline. But it probably is definitely up here if they said it. They said it, they meant it, and it did. It did go to 44, but it did pop back up to 47. So that's what they're probably talking about. So that's straight for Twitter. But if you really still pay attention right now, we're in the channel here on the Spire. We're looking like that bull have bear market still. But bear's getting stronger here, you guys. I ain't even gonna lie. The closer we get to 440, that's when we're entering the bear market. So keep that in mind. Our stocks have sold off the weekend here. They were already down pre-market, majority of names. But before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. This is live coverage from the Stock and Crypto Market Live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. So with that being said, and that's out the way, like I said, man, the Dow Jones is in the red here. It's down about 24%. The S&P 500 is down 85%. The Nasdaq's down about 1.12% here. The Russell 2000 is down about 33%. The VIX is up here 8.65%, all the way to $23. So the VIX is definitely spiked here, causing probably all of this here. The VIX gapped up here from 20 to 23. So a lot of volatility still here. That's what the market's telling you. Spots coming down right now, breaking out of the channel here. Low today is 442.89. So you want to see if that has to hit. If that hit, I think the stocks will come back lower here. We'll see some lower lows from earlier this morning. But man, yeah, a lot of blood here, a lot of blood in the water. Nothing to be afraid of though. Really, this is a great opportunity to be like buying for the long term, man. We already know what can happen when these numbers, when these stocks hit these certain numbers here. They tend to do the same thing pretty much. So you should know what to expect here. I mean, it's really not too much you can be expecting here or overthinking here. You know what I'm saying? But that's just where we're at right now. The economic data. Excuse me, little tongue twister there this morning. See, I have no idea what's going on with my I'm trying to have this information pulled up right in front of you, but it's not letting me do it today here. So my imports are not showing here today. I have no idea why not, but that's what I was trying to do this morning. I was just trying to get my imports because I got my news here. Here on the import, so you can see what's actually happening here. But my thing is, you won't probably be able to see it today because I can't. The imports won't pop up, so I'm gonna be reading it. Guys just follow along, basically. I know some of you guys are like more hands-on. You gotta see it, so I understand it. I'm gonna try to fix that by tomorrow and figure it out then. But yeah, man. Yeah, this is where we at here right now. Tesla's kind of come back up here. They're back across 1,000 here. So the SPY would look like it was selling off, and then out of nowhere it just turned around. Now it's back up here at 444. Ukraine says tens of thousands have died in another country as fighting continues. So The war is still going on too, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind. We got Fed speakers this week. We have Bauman, we have Waller, we have Bostic, we got Evans, we got Bernard, the woman, Bernard, Mester, we got Harker. Economic data this week. We got consumer price inflation on Tuesday, you guys. It's going to be very, very important here in the market. And I'm just going over this with you guys now so we can get it out the way and get into the videos here. I know you guys are ready for that. I think there are some briefings going on right now, but I'm just trying to get the news across here. We are just now starting the live here about 8 minutes ago. We just started going live. So let me get this economic data across here to you guys so you know what to expect. Like I said, I'll have it pulled up probably tomorrow on my live stream. Can't fix it now. I don't know what the problem is. Looks like the iMac had an update over the weekend or something. I got to figure it out, but we'll figure it out here. But yeah, consumer price inflation on Tuesday, producer price inflation on Wednesday. You have retail sales on Thursday. You got jobless claims on Thursday. You got consumer sentiment on Thursday as well. And then Friday, you got New York Fed Manufacturing Index. And you have the industrial production on Friday. So a lot of data this week here. But my top 5 things that I would like to know is really just about the U.S. inflation data. So that's the consumer price inflation that's on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then the retail sales, I think that's very important. That is on Thursday. And earnings, you know, you got JP Morgan this week. We got Citi, Bank, Wells Fargo. They're in the dispute right now with Wendy Williams. They froze her account. Keep that in mind with Wells Fargo. But Goldman Sachs report this week. You got Morgan Stanley. You got BlackRock, Delta, United Health, Rite Aid, a lot. TSM, Semiconductor. So you got a lot here, a lot of reports this week. This is the first big week of kickoff earnings. Q2 here is going to be a huge week here. Yeah, Russia-Ukraine war is still dragging on. I just read a headline off of that for you, so you see that. And that's just really my top 5 things to know, man. I feel like that's going to always continue to move the market as of right now, and this is what we need to know. That's what we need to know here. Market movers are blowing my group chat up here, so everybody's up. That's good. That's really good. But yeah, that's it though. That's it for the week. And like I said, the earnings this week today, I feel like there's no earnings today, but tomorrow morning there is one name that's sticking out like a sore thumb, and it's CarMax. They report in the morning before the opening. We'll get that up here shortly. Here, we're gonna have all that stuff pulled up here in a little bit. But I just want to let you guys know that they report in the morning. So if you want to invest into that, it would be probably best to get that the day before close, or just wait till after the earnings report in the morning tomorrow. So that's what CarMax. That's probably the best one this week, I feel. CarMax, and then following on Wednesday. Remember, you guys, we have a short week because of Good Friday. This Friday, market will be closed, so we only are open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday here. So on Wednesday, looks like you got a huge day here. You're gonna have you got JP Morgan, BlackRock, Delta, but that's probably the top 3 I would keep my eye on. We got Bed Bath and Beyond too, but I would just keep my eye on probably just BlackRock and JP Morgan. That's probably the ones that will actually move. On Thursday morning before the open, you got Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, Morgan Stanley, PNC. So United Health, Rite Aid, TSM, Semiconductor. So a lot of names on Thursday this week. So short week, but short-lived week. But earnings do still appear here, as you can see on Thursday. Probably be the most important day. But it's kicking it off tomorrow morning. It's CarMax, so that's going to be real huge. Looking at the car industry, seeing where they want to head and things of that nature. But yeah, man, it kind of feels weird right now, right? How they switched the market around here. The market was just rallying here. We saw all these high numbers, and now all these high numbers just wiped off the board, and they're struggling to get back to where they wanted to go. So yeah, you guys, you just want to be cautious right now. market is fighting. It's trying to pick back up, especially Tesla. It wants to fight back over to a certain level. You can tell, but it ain't the same. It ain't the same as it was when it was floating here. So you can tell a lot of people made a lot of money off that rally due to the March Madness. But as you can tell now, the reality's starting to kick in here. We're starting to see not that many stocks really pay out how they were. Now we do see the ones that are, and they're still moving good glorious. That is the big tech leaders there. Obviously, you can see those names across the board here. You can see um, the percentages that they're giving out here and what they're down or whatever they're up here. So we're just looking at it, just looking at the market right now, just looking at the market. Don't want to just rush into it. It's like I said, a short-lived week here, so don't want to over leverage this week anyway. Got Good Friday, we got Easter coming up, a lot of good events here coming up this week, weekend and anyway, and a lot of the economic data I just told you, we gotta have to report to. So we want to be very, very cautious, not just jump into the game blindly here right now and just be hoping. So we want to really have real news, real data, real time, real action here to be a little confident on what we're doing. But other than that, man, we're just chilling here. We're just watching the show, enjoying the show here. I do see some vaccine names up here in the green here. Certain names in the green, only by a little bit though, not a lot here. So it's the names that are in the green. Used to be a lot of leaders here, but now they're just weak here. Qualcomm's in the green here, but used to be a leader. Now it's not, lagging. So a lot of laggers here that's in the green that uh, they should be higher, but it's just whatever now. It's like the market has been clapped, so they can't probably get any higher if big tech start going any higher. Keep that in mind. But you do have Ulta on the high here. Those girls, women power, they're showing strong movement there at Ulta there at 410 right now. So that's probably your only leader here today. Um, let's check with Booking here because Travel likes to do their own thing sometimes. But it looks like, oh yeah, Booking doing good here. Look at that. Travel's doing good today. So Travel's up. Booking Holdings is up 29 here today. So I noticing a correlation here when Travel's doing good, the overall market's not. So noticing that correlation starting to kick off here too. Airbnb's up here, but slightly pulling back here. Everything's slightly pulling back. Even crypto pulled back. We got Bitcoin here right at 41,000. Ethereum even pulled back, you guys. I think they're right at 3,000. So yeah, man, a lot of stuff. But I don't want to overwhelm you guys here. We just getting started here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It is 10:15 a.m. and we're up and bopping here. We missed the first 32 minutes here today due to some technical difficulties, but we got it out, sorted out, worked out. Just really all it was is, like I said, I'm trying to show you guys what I'm actually saying here, but my imports is not popping up here today, so won't be able to get it. It says unlock iPhone, but when I unlock it, it still doesn't do anything. So I'm technically not even like pressed about it anymore. I'm just gonna, like I said, tell you guys at this point. We'll get it fixed here sometime this week. I ain't really tripping about it. There's a small error there, but it did cost me to run about 30 minutes late. I just feel like it's important to show you guys, like I said, more than just tell you, because some people are more eyes on learners. When they see something, they learn fast. So that's kind of why I like to have pictures in front of me explaining things. But it's cool though. It's cool. I ain't worried about it. A little small error, like I said. So we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. But in the meantime, between time, let's take a quick break here. It is 10:16 a.m. We're gonna take a quick break here and see if we can find any type of briefings here going on, something that might be moving the market here. So we're gonna see what's going on here, but you can see the indices are in the red here, so you be cautious out there what you're doing. And the only things leading here is the Russell 2000. They're only up 12%, so keep that in mind. Everything else is in the red. Nasdaq's leading the way down to the downside here. The VIX is strongly holding that 8% to you guys. So that's a huge, huge, huge move. I ain't gonna lie to you. So just be cautious, man. Right now, let's all work this out, figure it out. I think the market is fearing that CPI data that's coming out. A lot of investors don't want to get caught in the hedge of that. So they got out definitely over the weekend. And as you can see, some hungry amateurs brought the dip here, but they noticed that they can't push it without the smart money. So it did come back here. The market did come back down to kind of a little bit above where it opened here. So that's just kind of where we're sitting at right now. And then we're just trying to figure out what may be the next move here. But only the chart is going to be able to tell you that. So we just got to wait and have some patience here. We're just checking to see if we got any economic data briefings here running across the news stream here. If not, we're just going to look into here at ABC News Live and see those headlines and see what they're talking about to help move the market. And it looks like we have one this week. It says Biden to travel to Iowa and North Carolina this week. So Biden's coming to the fold this week. This y'all be on the lookout for Biden in the fold here as part of building a Better America tour. So he's coming to the fore to explain that he's building a Better America. He's doing a world tour here, and no North cocky back here. So yeah, from the foe, you know how it go. And Biden will be here shortly, you guys, sometime this week. So be on the lookout for Sleepy Joe, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And we will be right back, you guys. I hope you're enjoying the live stream so far. But when we get right back, we will find a video here to pull up here. I would play this, but I don't want to hear that. So I'm actually going to find a briefing here. We can maybe something that's actually moving the market here shortly. So give me about 2 to 3 minutes here, and I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Get up, take a break. Go, move around, get that blood flowing. Don't be so pissed off at the screen right now. Don't be pissed off that the market is selling off right now. You should be happy. The market's giving you a discount. It's coming here. It's starting to happen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Stay in your own lane. We will be right back.
One rap. Go spizzy. Boogie that for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a Beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running it up, keep going. Just stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, letting money. Make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rap.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here from the break here. We did find a briefing here that's possibly moving the market here. Not ABC News Live headlines, but the United Nations Security Council. They're meeting to discuss Russia and Ukraine live here. So we're going to tune in with that here and just catch up here. They actually been live since, let's see, it looks approximately about 4 minutes. They actually just started this stream here. So let's tune in here and catch up here and see what's going on. This is actually definitely moving the market right now.
Women and girls, including from marginalized groups, in all decision-making processes, peace, diplomacy, and humanitarian. Without this, we will not have peace, development, nor human security. To conclude, we strongly echo the Secretary General's repeated calls for peace, an immediate cessation of hostilities, and the withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukrainian territories. Tatiana, the young girl from the shelter in Moldova, must be supported and enabled to pursue her medical degree and to be a part of the future of her country. The war must stop, and it must stop now. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Behus, for the briefing, and good morning. From me, I now give the floor to Mr. Emmanuel Fontaine.
Mr. President, Excellencies, and colleagues, first I would like to express my appreciation to Ambassador Thomas Greenfield and to Ambassador Ferit Hoxha for convening today's meeting. I would also like to thank Ambassador Woodward and the United Kingdom for hosting this briefing during your Security Council presidency. I actually just returned from a mission to Ukraine, and I must say in my 31 years as a humanitarian, I've rarely seen so much damage caused in so little time. Friday's attack on Kramatorsk train station was particularly horrifying. The station has been a critical route for thousands of families fleeing Donetsk Oblast, an area that has seen some of the war's worst violence and destruction. When the station was attacked, it was filled with families desperate to escape the mounting violence. I note the tragic irony that our teams were actually offloading life-saving humanitarian supplies only a kilometer away when so many lives were taken away by this needless act of violence. The attack on Kramatorsk station is unconscionable, and yet it is just one of many instances in this war where we have seen a blatant disregard for civilian lives and international humanitarian law. Inside Ukraine, children and families and communities are under attack. Of the 3.2 million children estimated to have remained in their homes, nearly half may be at risk of not having enough food. Attacks on water system infrastructure and power outages have left an estimated 1.4 million people without access to water in Ukraine. Another 4.6 million people have only limited access. The situation is even worse in cities like Mariupol and Kherson, where children and their families have now gone weeks without running water and sanitation services, a regular supply of food and medical care. They are sheltering in their homes and underground, waiting for the bombs and violence to stop. As of yesterday, the High Commissioner for Human Rights Office has verified 142 children killed and 229 children injured. We know these numbers are likely much higher, and many of them were caused by crossfire or the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. I actually met one of those children in an intensive care unit in the hospital ward of Zaporizhia. Vlad, who is a 4-year-old, was shot twice in the stomach as he was escaping with his family from a contested area. Although still unconscious, Vlad is expected to live, unlike so many others. All the systems that help children survive are also under attack. Hostilities have damaged or destroyed hundreds of residential houses. Attacks on hospital, healthcare facilities, and medical equipment, and the killing and injuring of healthcare professionals are making it even harder for people to access emergency care, basic healthcare, and medicine. Hundreds of schools and educational facilities have been attacked or used for military purposes. Others are serving as shelters for civilians. Nationwide school closures are impacting the learning and the future of 5.7 million school-aged children and 1.5 million students in higher education. In the Donbass region, a whole generation of children have already seen their lives and education upended during the past 8 years of conflict. We applaud the effort of the authorities to ensure continuity of education. However, this can only be a temporary solution. Lessons from the pandemic show that the importance of children learning in a school with their peers and teachers. Excellencies, I met families in Zaporizhia who told me that they wanted to stay in their homes, but were forced to flee when the shelling and violence became too much. Thousands of others now are trying to leave before the fighting closes in around them. They face further dangers along the way, missiles, crossfire, and explosive remnants. In just 6 weeks, nearly two-thirds of all Ukrainian children have been displaced. They have been forced to leave behind everything: their homes, their school, and often their family members. I have heard stories of the desperate steps parents are taking to get their children to safety, and children being saddened that they are unable to get back to school. A social worker told me a story about parents who were forced to send their children with a truck driver just to get them away from the line of fire. Such unaccompanied children, of course, are at much higher risk of violence, abuse, exploitation, and trafficking. Women face a particular risk. We are extremely concerned by increasing reports of sexual violence and other forms of gender-based violence. Fortunately, there has been an outpouring of support from neighboring countries to welcome refugees. The solidarity expressed for Ukrainian refugees has been a very welcome development, one that surely should be replicated globally for all seeking protection and asylum, no matter where they come from. Excellencies, UNICEF and our partners are doing everything we can. Inside Ukraine, we continue to face extremely difficult operating conditions. We have seen some progress in recent weeks with our teams and supplies able to reach Sumy, Kharkiv, and Kramatorsk, among others. But this is not enough. Ongoing hostilities prevent us from reaching those most in need in many areas of the country. We saw that last week in Kramatorsk, when our teams were actually forced to stop offloading supplies and had to evacuate to safety following the nearby explosions. We are also helping local authorities to identify and register unaccompanied and separated children. We are providing families with much needed humanitarian cash assistance and increasing awareness to minimize the risk of explosive ordnance. In Zaporizhia, I visited a reception center set up by local authorities, run mostly by women professionals, for displaced people to access health and psychosocial services, have a warm meal, and rest temporarily. These services are critical, but they are not the solution. Many of those who were able to flee early have been able to find sanctuary in other countries. It is not clear how those who are being displaced now will actually fare. They have been exposed to violence for longer and may have less resources at their disposal. Resources are already overstretched, and local residents live in a state of uncertainty as the sound of air raids and warnings from local officials ring regularly, reminding them that the front lines may soon reach them too. Excellencies, I'm particularly concerned about the widespread presence of explosive remnants of war, which expose children to the risk of death and horrendous injury. Eastern Ukraine was already one of the world's most mine-contaminated stretches of land, even prior to the recent escalation. This reality is rapidly extending to other parts of the country. We are also carefully monitoring the health, rights, and dignity of women and girls as the risk of exploitation and abuse grows. And we continue to reiterate the need to ensure that children who have become separated from their families and who live in institutional care are protected, and that every effort be made to obtain caregiver consent and authorities' approval before these children are evacuated or relocated. In closing, I want to express how proud I am of our UN teams both inside Ukraine and in neighboring countries. The work they are doing is indispensable. I want to also salute the remarkable resilience of Ukrainian doctors, nurses, teachers, and social workers, especially women who have been at the forefront of the response. I was personally deeply impressed by the care they are providing children and families. I visited an underground maternity ward in Lviv that is staffed 24/7 by a team of tireless women assisting birth amidst air raid alerts. Local women's organizations are mobilizing grassroots networks to care for the most vulnerable, even on the darkest of circumstances. Their courage and commitment are a light in the dark. But most of all, I want to entreat all those with the power to end this war to actually use that power. The lives and future of millions of children hang in the balance. Excellencies, the math is simple. Every day the war continues, children will continue to suffer. As humanitarians, you can count on us to continue doing our work. But there's only so much we can do. It is time to end this war. Ukraine's children cannot afford to wait. Thank you.
Mr. Fontaine, thank you very much. I now give the floor to Ms. Katerina Charapaka, who joins us on the video link. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, today I have an honor and responsibility to speak and testify as a part of civil society organizations who stand for protection of independence and freedom of Ukraine for invasion by Russia. Organizations who consolidate their efforts at the national, regional, and community level with state and individuals, men and women, adults and children, who provide assistance, who help to save lives of civilians, often most vulnerable ones, who collect evidences and testimonies of survivors of war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine, to document them and to help to bring justice. I speak as a women's rights activist, as a specialist, as a mother, and since February 24, as a displaced person. With a full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the whole population of the country is under the life threat. Women and children, as it always happened in the wartime, are the most vulnerable ones. In my presentation, I would like to focus on 4 aspects related to the impact of Russian aggression on women and children. Women and children are the biggest part of internally displaced people and refugees who left the country trying to save their lives. Often, they become invulnerable to the risk of gender-based violence, exploitation, and trafficking. Very often, during evacuation, with clearly indicated signs of being civilian, unarmed, carrying children, they are brutally killed by Russian troops. Hit in railway station in Kramatorsk where civilians, mostly women, children, and elderly, were waiting for evacuation train. The city where our colleagues, women's rights activists, put so many efforts to promote 1325 resolution and its spirit. Hit in maternity and child hospitals, kindergartens. Bombing theater building in Mariupol where women, children were sheltering and with the clear signs children that were visible from the sky. The city that always connected us with sisters and colleagues from Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast. We received calls from women in Mariupol informing about forced deportation of civilians, including unaccompanied children, by Russian troops to Donetsk and further to Russia. So-called evacuation. Women were deported under the threat of rape and killing. Women in local administration, self-government bodies, they are also exposed to threat of kidnapping, torture, and killing. The head of Matyzhin village, Kievska Oblast, Olga Sukhenko, was found dead together with her husband and son after being taken by Russian troops who occupied the village, severely tortured and killed, for staying with her community and performing her duty, organizing support, medicine, food to people. The deputy of Zaporozhska Oblast administration, Leila Ibragimova, was kidnapped from her home. Director of the kindergarten in Kievska Oblast, Larisa Osipenko, killed by occupants because of her profession. You should not rise Nazis, they said. This tragic list of crime committed by thousands of ordinary Russian soldiers claiming that they didn't know where they are can be continued. Women are the important actors of peace and security sector in Ukraine, and their contribution during the war is really incredible. Together with activists, volunteers, journalists, they also become the target of the occupants. Ukrainian volunteer Yulia Payevska, Taira, many years for saving lives of people in the occupied by Russian territories on the east of Ukraine, captured by Russian troops while organizing assistance for civilians in Mariupol.
A video with captured Tyra was shown where she was forced to call to find the solution of the situation. At this moment, there is no information about her condition and what the situation is now with her. Women prisoners of war, exposed to torture, including sexual violence, undressed in front of the male groups, harassed, shamed. Journalists, female journalist kidnapped in Zaporozhye Oblast, 2 journalists and another one killed near the Kiev while performing their professional duties. Women and girls are particularly vulnerable to sexual violence and rape during the wartime. A number of facts and cases already revealed and reported, but unfortunately, this is just the tip of the iceberg that we'll see. Many survivors remain in the situation of life threat. They are staying on the occupied territory. They are cut off from help, connection, from everything. We receive such calls to the national hotlines operated by La Strada Ukraine. For today, we have 9 cases of rape by Russian soldiers in the temporary occupied towns and villages. About 12 women and girls, children. Reports from Kievska, Khersonska, and Chernigivska Oblast, reported by the survivors themselves and by the witnesses. Raped by a group of occupants multiple times, with life threat to survivors, their children, their family members, in front of the family members and other people. Real cases, real people, real facts. We see extreme traumatization, fear for life, not readiness to talk about what had happened. Those who manage to escape somehow to safer place are too traumatized to report. They need support, therapy, recovery first. We know that many of these cases will hardly or even never be disclosed, unfortunately, as many of those suffered are killed already by Russian invaders. We know and see, and we want you to hear our voices, that violence and rape is used now as a weapon of war by Russian invaders in Ukraine. At the same time, the war also shows the important role that women play in standing for Ukraine, in the processes of restoring the peace, strengthening and developing on the country and democracy process. We do not want you to look at us only as victims of Russian military aggression. Women in peace and security sector, volunteers, activists, journalists, human rights defenders are an integral part of the progress and development in Ukraine. We have knowledge, we have skills, we have expertise, we have strength, but we need to be saved and protected now. We call to all members of the Security Council, international institutions, the governments, to stop the war and demonstrate your solidarity in the concrete and practical actions, to find and to use the tools to stop Russian aggression and to ensure that your decisions are not blocked and not ignored. We call to ensure security of children, women, and men of Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Katerina Charapaka for her briefing and thank her for joining us today. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. And with that, I begin with Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the United States. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. President. We're honored by your presence here with us today and thankful to the United Kingdom for leading this debate. Thank you to our briefers from UN Women and UNICEF for your remarks and for the work your teams are doing on the ground. I too visited Romania and Moldova and saw your teams on the ground working with vulnerable people. And I'd like to give an especially strong thank you to Ms. Charapaka for being with us today and for sharing the voices of women and children in Ukraine. She's the first civil society briefer we've had brief us in an official council meeting. Thank you very much. When men like President Putin start wars, women and children get displaced. Women and children get hurt. Women and children get raped and abused, and women and children die. Since the start of Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine, Russia has bombed orphanages and maternity hospitals. We've seen mass graves with dead children stacked on top of each other. On Friday, a train station being used for civilian evacuations, mostly women and children, was struck by a Russian missile. Washington Post reporters saw at least 20 dead, including children. Limbs and luggage were scattered everywhere. A maimed dog shivered next to one of the dead. According to the reporters, a large piece of missile on the scene had chilling words written on the side. In Russian, it said, "For the children." That is what Russia's war looks like. What is happening to women and children in Ukraine is horrific, beyond comprehension. Mr. President, when I was in Moldova and Romania, I saw with my own eyes some of the human toll of Russia's brutal war. I met with a few of the 11.6 million people who are now displaced from their homes, representatives of the largest refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. The mass displacement includes over half of all of Ukraine's children. Half of Ukraine's children have left behind their homes, their schools, and often at least one of their parents. Meanwhile, 90% of refugees from Ukraine are women and children. And as our briefers made clear today, being a woman or a child adds an additional risk. Women in Ukraine are at increased risk for gender-based violence, including rape, sexual assault, and sexual exploitation. We know that anyone at risk before war is at a heightened risk of being targeted for physical and sexual violence during a war, and that includes women and children, religious and ethnic minorities, LGBTQI+ individuals, and people living with disabilities. The deputy mayor of Ivankiv told reporters that some girls are cutting their hair short in hopes of avoiding rape by Russian troops. Family separations leave girls in particular at increased risk for sexual exploitation and trafficking. And we've heard sobering reports of traffickers targeting women as they seek protection abroad. All of this is why the United States initiative, Safe from the Start, calls on all humanitarian actors to prioritize resources and programs to address gender-based violence from the onset. Given everything we know about gender-based violence in conflict and the accounts we're hearing, we cannot wait for a lengthy assessment. We should not hold up resources with the excuse of incomplete data. This is an active crisis that grows worse by the day. We need to start interventions immediately to prevent and respond to gender-based violence now. For our part, the United States funded humanitarian efforts in and around Ukraine, lift up networks for survivors of gender-based violence in Ukraine and in neighboring countries, and we're supporting programs for child protection and advocacy too. We will continue to support our partners in these efforts. For example, we're highly supportive of UNICEF's mobile child protection teams, and we're working in conflict zones like Ukraine to deliver life-saving supplies and provide emergency social work services. These horrific acts also remind us that we must support efforts to prevent them from happening in the first place. This means ensuring that women's voices and rights are always respected and elevated. And it means ensuring that abuses against them and against children are held to account. There must be pathways to healing and access to justice for survivors. Finally, I want to remind us all that women are far from passive victims in this war. As we just heard from UN Women, women are playing critical leadership roles in Ukraine to address this impact of the war. Some women are valiantly defending their homes, their communities, their country, including many women who've been serving in the Ukrainian military since 2014. Others are protecting their families and their children, bringing them to safety. And still others are the ones supplying food and shelter, water, and medicine to those in need. Women are the ones who will get Ukraine through this humanitarian catastrophe, and women must be consistently and meaningfully involved as active participants and leaders in securing long-term sustainable peace. When I met with women in Moldova and Romania, They all had different stories, but they all had the same dream: to return to a peaceful Ukraine, to return to a Ukraine where they have a say in their own and their children's future. Let us ensure women are a robust part of that peace process, and let us hope that day they dreamed of comes soon. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Albania, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President, Lord Ahmad, for chairing this meeting, a testimony of its importance and timeliness. Dear colleagues, the Russian aggression has not stopped. It continues to cause undue pain and suffering to 44 million people who did not ask for it. The relentless brutality and the destructive force of actions of the Russian army against civilians and vital civilian infrastructure in Ukraine is catastrophic. Unspeakable crimes have been committed, and each day the various pieces of the horror puzzle are falling in place. Grisly images of bodies charred or run over by tanks, mass graves, torture chambers, interceptions confirming that Ukrainian prisoners of war had been shot dead after being interrogated by Russian soldiers, playgrounds cribbled with bullet holes, kids' shoes scattered among the rubble of a school in ruins. Everyone is suffering in Ukraine, but the situation is particularly devastating for women and for children. This is why we called for this meeting, and what we heard from the briefers, whom I thank, is appalling. We're very pleased to listen to Ms. Cherepaka, and all accounts coincide. We just don't know yet all the horrible details. Hundreds of thousands of women have been forced to flee their homes. Others are fighting bravely to protect their country or work under bombardment and indiscriminate shelling as doctors, nurses, and other professionals providing essential service to their communities. We express our gratitude to all countries for their big heart in helping Ukrainians fleeing the war. Women and girls face heightened risks of gender-based violence, human trafficking, exploitation, and conflict-related sexual violence due to displacement. Their needs must be a priority in the humanitarian response. But the situation of children is even worse. As we heard from Mr. Fontaine, since the start of the war, 2/3 of the total child population of Ukraine have been forced out of their homes. Those still inside the country remain trapped in what has become a national nightmare. And if all this were not enough, some 120,000 Ukrainian children have reportedly been forcibly deported to Russia. Save the Children reports that since the start of the war, an average of 22 schools have come under attack every single day in Ukraine. Last October, this council adopted Resolution 2601, which urges all parties to cease attacks and threats of attacks against schools. It was us. Destroying on purpose the educational infrastructure and making it dysfunctional for the years to come is simply criminal. Schools should be safe places, free from any kind of violence. And learning during conflict and crisis must be maintained, as it helps maintain a sense of normalcy and foster resilience. We know that mass displacement and refugee flows always create conditions that could lead to human trafficking and an acute child protection crisis. We commend UNICEF for the good work in providing recreational activities and psychological support in Ukraine. Blue Dot centers are offering crucial services of counsel and protection. Mr. President, some 150 children will never see the end of war in Ukraine. They have been killed. Hundreds more, injured, will bear the marks of this war forever on their body. Children's lives are always shaped by the behavior of adults, who themselves struggle in times of war. They have the duty to provide care and protection and ensure their upbringing. But how can a frightened mother holding her child avoid passing on her worst nightmare and fear that all of a sudden the kid may end up alone? How to explain war to children who in a matter of hours had to leave behind their family environment, friends, pets, and toys, and who, traumatized, are unable to sleep or eat. In their normal life, children draw parents, houses, and trees. Russian war has made Ukrainian kids draw bombs, tanks, and weapons. Mr. President, civilian massacres carried out by Russian forces have rightfully stirred world outcry. Russia should have learned that a war can't be won through massacres. During the wars in the Balkans in the late 90s, the crimes against innocent civilians in Vukovar, Croatia, Srebrenica in Bosnia, and Racak in Kosovo did not help any of the perpetrators win the war. And this war will be no exception. We hear public indignation on one recurring question: why can't the UN do more to stop Russia? This question is right, and the anger is justified, because Russia, with its veto, has taken this council hostage, preventing it to deliver security in Ukraine. But thankfully, there is more of the UN that Russia cannot veto. We have met here 15 times in 10 weeks to expose Russia's despicable deeds and show its isolation. Also, in a matter of few weeks, Russia has, in 3 crucial consecutive votes, been put against the wall in the UNGA, which, in a remarkable and historic move, suspended Russia from the Human Rights Council. While deploring the Council's inability for reasons clear to all, we should be proud of the UN for standing firm against aggression, for looking Russia right in the eye and say, "You are wrong and you will pay." Under international law, a military commander is responsible for war crimes committed by his troops. Lieutenant Colonel Azatbek Omurbekov, the Russian commander involved in the occupation of Bucha, will have to answer for the atrocities of rape, pillage, and murder of hundreds of Ukrainian civilians for such repugnant disregard of human life. If Kremlin thinks that they will benefit from the Tefal effect, they are wrong. Their crimes stick to their face. 5,600 investigations have been opened so far by Ukraine Prosecutor General. Accountability must be ensured. Dear colleagues, before anyone had the time to grasp its breadth from the horrors discovered in Bucha and elsewhere around Kiev, a missile hit a train station where several thousand people were waiting to leave. A missile with a vicious signature for all children was sent to kill indiscriminately, including 5 children. And again, we were told, it's not Russia. Haven't we enough of this ridiculous pattern when Russia commits a crime and attributes it to someone else? Who was behind an attempt to overthrow the legitimate government in Montenegro? Who was behind the MH17 plane tragedy hit by a missile? Who carried out indiscriminate bombardments in Aleppo? Who poisoned the Skripals? Who almost killed Navalny? Who is putting the world upside down by a war of choice? All these crimes lead to Russia. We know now that the Russian army doesn't attack civilians except for the residential areas, the schools, the hospitals, the theaters, the kindergartens, and train stations. And we know also that Ukrainian men, women, girls, and children do not qualify as civilians for Russia. They are just a bargaining tool to achieve one man's cynical goal in assimilation and isolation, to force the hand of Ukraine into unacceptable concessions. Life expectancy in Ukraine is now at Kremlin's will. It may decide whether you stay in one of those shattered cities and you starve. It may decide to kill you with its missiles that hit everything indiscriminately. He may also offer the forced hospitality of a Russian camp. Mr. President, as we speak of children, let me end with this note. Reportedly, President Putin is a father. This is one of those words that do not need a definition. And if I were in the unlikely situation to talk to President Putin, the only question I would ask him would be, would you have accepted that your daughters be in the same situation as the 11-year-old Yuri, Ukrainian, who, forced to leave his home, terrified, tells reporters that, and I quote, "Every time there was a shelling, my heart stopped." End of quote. So stop making hearts stop. Stop shelling and bombardments. Order your soldiers still alive to go home, your home, Russia. as the Pink Floyd blasted last week, "Hey, hey, rise up." It is time for the Russians to come to their senses and stop and stand against this savagery. Thank you.
I thank Albania for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France, Mr. Ambassador.
Monsieur le Président, je tiens à remercier Madame Baos, Monsieur Fontaine et Madame Chéré-Paccard pour leurs exposés. Ceci confirme la profonde préoccupation que nous avons exprimée depuis le début de l'agression russe. Nous sommes encore sous le choc de l'attaque abominable contre la gare de Kramatorsk vendredi. Celle-ci pourrait constituer un crime contre l'humanité, comme l'a souligné le ministre Le Drian. Les attaques indiscriminées doivent cesser. La France est gravement préoccupée par la multiplication des allégations de violences sexuelles. Les résolutions de ce Conseil sur les violences sexuelles en temps de conflit s'imposent à tous. Nous soutenons ainsi l'action des Nations Unies sur place pour établir les faits et les responsabilités. Ces violences ne sauraient rester impunies. La France appelle par ailleurs au renforcement du soutien apporté aux survivants de violences sexuelles. Nous condamnons à ce titre les destructions d'infrastructures de santé et leurs conséquences sur l'accès à la santé sexuelle et reproductive. Les attaques contre les hôpitaux peuvent également constituer des crimes de guerre. Nous l'avons entendu, la guerre bouleverse aussi la vie des enfants ukrainiens. Les meurtres et mutilations d'enfants resteront des taches indélébiles sur leurs auteurs, tout comme les attaques contre les écoles. Nous appelons le secrétaire général des Nations Unies à se saisir des outils mis en place par ce Conseil pour protéger les enfants contre les graves violations les visant. Par ailleurs, les populations civiles sont particulièrement exposées dans le cadre des déplacements contraints. Nous soutenons l'action des Nations Unies pour prévenir les risques de traite. Monsieur le Président, face à cette agression aux conséquences insupportables sur les femmes et enfants d'Ukraine, la France reste entièrement mobilisée. Nous appelons à une cessation immédiate des hostilités, à un retrait total des troupes russes de l'intégralité du territoire ukrainien, comme l'a exigé la Cour internationale de justice, et à un plein accès humanitaire. Près de 500 tonnes de matériel humanitaire ont été envoyées par la France. Elle a aussi annoncé une contribution exceptionnelle de 100 millions d'euros pour la réponse humanitaire. Nous avons également déployé en France un dispositif d'accueil et d'accompagnement pour les femmes et enfants ukrainiens. Près de 10 000 enfants ukrainiens arrivés en France ont déjà pu être scolarisés. La lutte contre l'impunité doit être menée avec vigueur. Nous avons déjà annoncé notre appui au travail d'enquête et de documentation mené par la Cour pénale internationale dans le respect de son indépendance. Une contribution exceptionnelle de 500 000 euros a également été accordée au fonds dédié. La France continuera à soutenir tout effort d'enquête indépendante sur les violations du droit international humanitaire et des droits de l'homme en Ukraine. Enfin, la France soutient la mise en œuvre de l'agenda Femmes, Paix et Sécurité dans toutes ses dimensions. Nous saluons le courage des femmes ukrainiennes en première ligne de la réponse humanitaire, politique et militaire en défense de leur pays. Nous rappelons qu'il ne pourra y avoir de solution durable au conflit sans la pleine participation des femmes. Monsieur le Président, nous continuerons à soutenir les femmes et enfants ukrainiens aussi longtemps que nécessaire et ne céderons pas dans nos efforts pour le retour à la paix. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I now invite the representative of Ghana, Your Excellency.
I thank you, Mr. President, and welcome your leadership over this meeting of the Council on the important and timely discussion on the impact of the war on women and children in Ukraine. I would like to thank Ms. Sima Bahaus, Executive Director of UN Women, and Mr. Emmanuel Fontaine, the Emergency Operations Director of UNICEF, for their respective briefings on the situation. We are also grateful to Ms. Katerina Sharapaka, President of the civil society group La Strada Ukraine, for the views shared with the Council. Mr. President, the continued situation of instability and insecurity in Ukraine continues to be a matter of deep concern for Ghana. My delegation is particularly alarmed by the situation of women and children, as well as of the aged, arising from the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. Ghana strongly deplores the reported acts of widespread and what is emerging to be gross violations of international humanitarian law in Ukraine. We condemn the attack of 8 April 2022 on the train station in Kramatorsk, which resulted in significant civilian casualties, and commiserate with the bereaved families and the people of Ukraine. We continue to be pained by the horrifying images of war in Ukraine and by the daily images of fright and despair in the eyes of a people who just a few weeks ago lived normal and stable lives. In situations of war, women and children suffer a disproportionate humanitarian impact, and the war in Ukraine has been no different. Ghana is particularly concerned by the situation of the children of Ukraine who are being scarred by the horrifying images of war. Children should never go through such experiences and must accordingly be protected by all parties in accordance with applicable international law. We note the UN's report that around 4.3 million refugees have fled Ukraine into the neighboring countries, with women and children making up 90% of the refugee population. We regret the 142 children who are reported as having been killed, alongside the 229 others injured. Without the immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities, these numbers would increase. We therefore call upon the warring parties, especially the aggressor state, to redouble all efforts for peace in the interest of the women and children of Ukraine, including the women in need of assistance who constitute more than 54% of the people in need from the ongoing crisis. Mr. President, the rising food insecurity, lack of access to essential social services in cities like Mariupol, Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv have invariably increased the burden of local women responsible for the care of children, the disabled, and elderly family members. The war has severely impacted social cohesion, community security, and the resilience of local communities, especially for women and girls. The destruction caused by the war, particularly with the use of explosive weapons with wide impact area in civilian populated areas and targeted at medical facilities, has created profound health crisis, with women, girls, and children bearing the greatest brunt of such deprivations. Women and young girls face an increased risk of disruption to life-saving sexual and reproductive health services and access to specialized medication and treatment. Ghana unequivocally condemns the reports of trafficking, sexual and gender-based violence, including rape and exploitation. Such atrocities impact negatively on the physical and psychological health of the victims, as well as on their general well-being, both in the short term, but also over the longer-term period. We therefore encourage humanitarian agencies to ensure that identified victims are provided with the needed medical and psychosocial care to overcome the trauma of abuse. We underscore the need for accountability for all alleged violations of international humanitarian and criminal laws, and reiterate our call for an immediate, independent, and impartial investigations to establish the facts of these offenses and build the evidence to hold the perpetrators of such atrocities to account. Mr. President, the gender-related challenges of the war necessarily required a prioritization of the needs of the women and children and the implementation of gender-responsive humanitarian assistance. In this regard, women leaders at all levels of society should be included in coordination mechanisms and decision-making processes. In the spirit of Resolution 1325, we urge the parties to consider including women in their negotiating teams as a way of ensuring their meaningful participation in the diplomatic and political processes. It is important that women are not only counted as victims of the war, but as key participators in finding a lasting and durable solution. In closing, we reiterate our call on the Russian Federation to heed the repeated calls of the international community to withdraw all of its invading troops from the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine and pursue the path of dialogue and diplomacy. The cessation of all hostilities and maintenance of effective and safe humanitarian corridors remain fundamental to addressing the worsening humanitarian conditions, especially the unbearable impact of the conflict on Ukrainian women, girls, and children. I thank you very much, Mr. President, for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now invite a contribution from the representative of Mexico. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Excelencia, sea usted bienvenido a este consejo. Agradecemos las presentaciones de la directora ejecutiva de ONU Mujeres, Sima Bajos, de Manuel Fontaine, director de emergencias de UNICEF, y de la señora Caterina Cherepaca, cuya visión desde la sociedad civil nos recuerda la vulnerabilidad, pero también nos recuerda la fortaleza de las mujeres ucranianas. Toda la información disponible nos confronta con un panorama francamente desolador. La realidad es que cada día que pasa, y en tanto el conflicto continúa, las tragedias aumentan y las necesidades humanitarias se multiplican. México condena el reciente ataque a la estación de trenes de Kramatorsk, en el que perdieron la vida lamentablemente decenas de civiles que esperaban ser evacuados, incluidas mujeres y niños. Los ataques contra la población civil y la infraestructura civil violan el derecho internacional humanitario y pueden constituir crímenes de guerra. Esta estación de trenes se encuentra a solo 1 kilómetro de donde UNICEF operaba la entrega de ayuda humanitaria, como nos han informado. Es la misma estación por la que llegan los insumos que se requieren para otorgar dicha asistencia. Las mujeres y las niñas y los niños de Ucrania están siendo los más afectados. Representan el 90% de la población refugiada y se encuentran en alto riesgo de tráfico y explotación. Las estimaciones de UNICEF indican que son casi ya 2 millones de niños los que han cruzado fronteras y muchos de ellos lo han hecho solos, no van acompañados. Y aquellos que se han quedado con sus familias o están en proceso de ser evacuados, corren el riesgo de ser víctimas del uso de armas con defectos indiscriminados. Tampoco debemos olvidar los severos impactos de corto y largo plazo que todo ello tendrá sobre la salud mental. Los traumas de la guerra que sufren tanto menores de edad como adultos pueden llegar a ser graves e irreversibles. Señaladamente, familiares de víctimas mortales, sobrevivientes de ataques, desplazados y refugiados. Los daños causados a la infraestructura habitacional, educativa y sanitaria oscurecen aún más el panorama. Las mujeres ucranianas han sido las primeras en responder a las necesidades urgentes de sus comunidades. Los testimonios de doctoras, enfermeras, psicólogas y voluntarias que atienden a la población más vulnerable, como pueden ser las personas adultas mayores o con discapacidad, son ejemplos de solidaridad y al mismo tiempo evidencia de las dimensiones humanas más sensibles del conflicto y quienes las están atendiendo, las mujeres. Necesitamos que el sistema de las Naciones Unidas y en particular ONU Mujeres y la oficina de la representante especial, Pramila Patten, continúen recolectando evidencia, datos desagregados y análisis con enfoque de género sobre las múltiples dimensiones del conflicto, incluida señaladamente la violencia sexual. Se requiere toda la información verificada que se pueda. En nuestra calidad de copresidentes del grupo que lleva la agenda de Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad, habremos de convocar a reuniones de seguimiento para mantener el tema con la prioridad que se requiere. En adición al impacto diferenciado y al costo que han asumido millones de mujeres, es necesario aumentar su participación en el proceso político. Urge incluirlas en todos los posibles canales de diálogo y negociación. Ocurre que, al igual que en el resto del mundo, las mujeres ucranianas son agentes de cambio fundamentales y deben participar de manera plena, igualitaria y significativa en los procesos de toma de decisiones y en las negociaciones de paz. Señor presidente, finalizo reiterando nuestro llamado a un cese inmediato de las hostilidades, al acceso irrestricto y sin condiciones de la ayuda humanitaria y a la búsqueda de una solución diplomática del conflicto sin exclusiones. Muchas gracias.
I thank Mexico for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of India, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take this opportunity to welcome Your Excellency to this meeting. I would also like to thank Ms. Seema Bajos, Executive Director of UN Women, Mr. Manuel Fontaine of UNICEF, and Ms. Katerina Sherepaka of La Strada, Ukraine, for their briefings and insights into impact of the situation on women and children, particularly with respect to education. Women and children invariably suffer the most in any armed conflicts or military confrontation. From reports coming out of Ukraine, women and children have been disproportionately impacted and form the bulk of the refugees and internally displaced persons. More than 4.4 million people have moved to neighboring countries, and another 7.1 million are displaced inside Ukraine. We commend Ukraine's neighboring countries who have welcomed refugees from Ukraine, and especially for treating women and children with compassion and dignity. As a country which has welcomed refugees over centuries, India knows the importance and value of treating them equally and with dignity and catering to their needs and requirements. In this context, we need to keep the gender perspective in mind and act with sensitivity. We call for a victim-centered approach to preventing and responding to sexual violence in armed conflicts. The impact of situation on education of children has also been severe. It has further aggravated the pandemic-related challenges that children were already facing. There are reports that more than 900 education facilities and schools have been either damaged or destroyed in Ukraine. Let us also not forget that the situation has also affected foreign students, including Indian students. India facilitated safe return of 22,500 Indian nationals, most of them students studying in various universities in Ukraine. We are exploring on our students' education. We appreciate the relaxations made by the Ukrainian government for this academic year in respect of medical students. Even as we deal with the influx of refugees, we continue to remain deeply concerned at the worsening situation in Ukraine and reiterate a call for immediate end to hostilities. When innocent human lives are at stake, diplomacy must prevail as the only viable option. Since the inception of the Ukrainian conflict, India has stood for peace, dialogue, and diplomacy. We believe that no solution can be arrived at by shedding blood and at the cost of human lives, especially that of women and children. It is in our collective interest to work constructively, both inside the United Nations and outside, towards seeking an early resolution to the conflict. Allow me to reiterate the importance of the UN guiding principles of humanitarian assistance once again. Humanitarian action must always be guided by the principles of humanitarian assistance, which is humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. These measures should not be politicized. We continue to emphasize to member states that the global order is anchored on international law, the UN Charter, and respect for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank India for their statement. I now invite the representative of Ireland, Your Excellency.
Thank you, President, and my thanks also to our briefers, and in particular to our civil society briefer, Katerina Cherepaka. The sobering words we've heard this morning leave us in no doubt as to the human misery and suffering inflicted upon the people of Ukraine by the Russian Federation's senseless and illegal war. We've all seen the images. We've all seen the grim realities of this war. A pregnant woman carried on a stretcher from the ruins of a maternity hospital. A young child on a train looking longingly at the father who cannot board. Bodies lying abandoned in improvised mass graves. People lying dead following the indiscriminate attack against a train station in Kramatorsk by the Russian Federation on Friday. This attack on innocent lives, mostly women and children, is yet another attempt to close escape routes for those fleeing this unjustified war and to cause human suffering. Ireland strongly condemns this and all attacks on civilians. They are just glimpses of the suffering caused by the Russian Federation's war. They tell only part of the harrowing experiences of women and children in Ukraine. Theirs is a story of widespread displacement and trauma, facing extremely serious risks of abuse, trafficking, and exploitation. Reports of sexual violence perpetrated by Russian soldiers, including rape, proliferate, with bone-chilling allegations that children are among those violated. Conflict-related sexual violence can constitute a war crime, and those responsible must be held to account. Accountability must not only be for those who physically perpetrate such acts, but also for those military commanders who fail to take all necessary and reasonable steps to stop them, or fail to ensure that they are investigated and prosecuted. Ukraine's displacement crisis deepens every day. Of those who have fled the country, 90% are women and children. The large population of older women, women with disabilities, and those of marginalized groups, including the Roma and LGBTQI+ communities, are particularly vulnerable in this conflict. Millions of women face impossible decisions around evacuation. As their lives and their families are threatened, do women journalists stay to report? Do women healthcare workers and those in caregiving roles stay or go? Do women in the Ukrainian army who choose to bring their children to safety return to defend their country? So many are making the desperate yet heroic choice to remain. President, a child protection crisis is emerging as the number of unaccompanied and separated children rises. We have a responsibility to respond. The terror of war and the trauma of family separation will have lifelong effects on millions of Ukrainian children. We need to mitigate these impacts, including through psychosocial services and mental health support, healthcare, and education in emergency settings. This month marks a year since every member of the Council co-sponsored and agreed Resolution 2573 on the protection of civilian objects. That includes the Russian Federation. That day, we sent a united message strongly condemning attacks against civilians or civilian objects. 12 months later, where is that unity on display in Ukraine? Thousands of civilian objects, including hundreds of schools and kindergartens, have been destroyed, largely due to the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. Attacks on schools are a grave violation. To rob children of their education has profound impacts not only on their individual development, but on society as a whole.
The reverberations of this war reach far beyond Ukraine's borders. They will also reach beyond this generation. This war will mark Ukraine for many years to come. We all have a responsibility to support them long after this war has ended. At this table, we've repeatedly called for it to end, for the Russian Federation to withdraw its forces and engage in true dialogue and diplomacy towards peace. In any peace talks, we must have direct, substantive inclusion of diverse women so they can influence the course and outcome of negotiations. Without them, we can have no hope for sustainable peace. Let us not forget that Ukraine has been a society where women were fully and equally participating in public life. Targeting women through violence or forcing them to flee to save their children's lives is a double abomination in a society that was realizing the fruits of women's participation. This war will undo years of progress towards gender equality. And as my Mexican colleague referenced, we are focused on these issues also as co-chairs of the IAG on Women, Peace and Security. President, I conclude by stressing that gender equality is not an aspiration reserved for peaceful countries, somehow too difficult or inconvenient for countries in conflict. The evidence shows that women's participation in peace processes leads to better and longer-lasting agreements. The guns are still firing with a dire impact on women. The urgency to ensure their active participation in ending this conflict has never been greater. Yet it is because of their deep-rooted participation that we are hopeful for the future that women of Ukraine can help to shape. Thank you. I thank Ireland for their statement. I now invite the representative of Norway, Madam Ambassador.
Thank you, President. And thank you to UN Women, UNICEF, and Katarina Sharapaka, from whom, again, this Council has heard alarming assessments of the consequences of Russia's war. We are deeply shocked by the atrocities committed against civilians in places that have been held by Russian forces, including credible reports of extrajudicial killings of civilians. We condemn the missile attack on the railway station in Kramatorsk. These atrocities shock the conscience of humanity. The protection of civilians and the respect of human rights are not a matter of choice. These are legal obligations under international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Yet, the reality is that women and girls of Ukraine now face a drastically heightened risk of gender-based violence, sexual exploitation, abuse, and trafficking. Just last week, USG Carlo briefed the Council on disturbing reports of conflict-related sexual violence perpetrated by Russian forces, including brutal acts committed in front of children. The sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls have also been severely diminished due to displacement and the targeting destruction of health facilities. For many, including refugees, it means the near total loss of access to essential, sometimes life-saving assistance. Our humanitarian response, therefore, must also be gender and age sensitive to avoid and address protection gaps. President, in the midst of intense warfare and the calls for Russia to end the violence and negotiate in good faith, there is a tendency to forget that women are also at the front line in every way. Ukrainian women are among the combatants fighting to defend their country. They ensure delivery of basic and life-saving services, and they most definitely suffer the full consequences of war. It is therefore imperative that their rights are respected and that their full, equal, and meaningful participation is ensured in any political processes, talks, and negotiation regarding the future of Ukraine and its people. Children's lives and well-being are constantly threatened by the ravages of war. They are traumatized by violence, displacement, and the destruction of the places that they live, learn, and play. Their future is at stake. Norway is alarmed by the reports that more than 60% of Ukraine's children are now displaced as a result of Russia's illegal invasion. We call for the immediate cessation of attacks on and threats of attack against school, students, and teachers, in line with Resolution 2601 and the Safe Schools Declaration. And we call the obligation of parties to conflict to facilitate the continuation of education. President, Norway supports the assessment by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights that the ongoing violence by Russian forces raises serious and disturbing questions about possible war crimes, or even crimes against humanity, and grave breaches of international humanitarian law and serious violation of international human rights law. This underlines the importance of the ongoing investigation of the situation in Ukraine by the International Criminal Court as well as the Human Rights Council, and their work to investigate all violation of international humanitarian law and human rights law. There is no doubt that the physical and psychological wounds that this war will be felt for generations. So once again, we call on Russia to cease its attack on the Ukrainian civilian population and to stop this senseless war.
Thank Norway for their contribution. Now I invite Brazil, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to commend the work of Ms. Bauhaus and Mr. Fontaine in Ukraine and thank them for the briefings. I also thank Ms. Chedepaka for her statement. As the conflict in Ukraine persists and we enter into the 7th week of hostilities, Brazil remains deeply concerned about the daily reports of gross violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law. The images of violence against civilians and destruction of civilian infrastructure are deeply disturbing. The politics behind this or any other conflict should not affect the obligations of all parties to fully respect international humanitarian law. I believe there are no divergences between member states that the protection of children in armed conflicts should be a priority at all times, even when parties cannot find common ground for the peaceful settlement of their disputes. We continue to call on all parties and relevant actors to work towards well-planned and agreed-upon arrangements on the ground that provide respite for the civilian population, allow for civilians to leave conflict zones in safety, and for humanitarian assistance to reach those in need, including and very especially children. Children should never be uprooted. Their physical integrity and well-being should be a fundamental priority to all member states, especially in times of armed conflict. Schools and medical facilities should never be used for military purposes, nor should they become targets of direct attacks or indiscriminate or disproportionate attacks. It is of the utmost importance to implement Resolution 2601 on the protection of education, co-sponsored by 98 member states, including Brazil. The Safe Schools Declaration also provides important guidelines on this matter. Moreover, it is key that women and children be placed at the heart of peace negotiations to ensure their protection from hostilities as well as the cessation of attacks against civilian infrastructure. In particular, Resolution 2573 provides fundamental guidance for the protection of objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population and should be duly observed. Mr. President, Reports of sexual violence are appalling and must be independently investigated and perpetrators brought to justice. Available evidence on the psychological impact of sexual violence in conflict, a crime that affects women and girls, but also men and boys, suggests that it is often lifelong and even intergenerational. Brazil reiterates its calls on all parties to cooperate with the Commission of Inquiry of the Human Rights Council so that it can fulfill its mandate and provide us with the necessary clarifications, including by identifying, where possible, those responsible for violations of international human rights and humanitarian law. In this regard, we welcome the participation of UN Women in the Commission of Inquiry, with experts skilled and experienced to investigate sexual violence, abuse, and exploitation in the context of war. We also thank UN Women for its efforts to obtain gender-sensitive data, which is essential to adequately address the situation of women and girls in Ukraine. UNICEF findings show that the ongoing conflict has caused one of the fastest large-scale displacements of children since World War II, a tragedy that could have long-lasting consequences for generations to come. We worry that as more women and children are forced into the condition of refugees or internally displaced persons, they become more vulnerable to crimes, including sexual violence and exploitation. All efforts should be made to provide refugee children and adolescents with essential services, including education and mental health services. In conclusion, Brazil draws attention to the importance of the work that has been carried out on the ground to reach those most affected by the conflict in need of urgent humanitarian assistance, especially women and children. We reiterate our call on all parties to comply with their obligation to ensure free and unimpeded humanitarian access that must comply with the principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Brazil for their statement. I now invite the representative of China.
主席先生，我认真听取了各位通报人的通报。妇女儿童最易遭受暴力活动的冲击和伤害，在武装冲突中应当受到优先保护。我们呼吁乌克兰局势的当事方严格遵守国际人道法，切实保护妇女儿童人身安全，尊重并保障学校、医院等设施的民用属性和安全，在疏散、救援、医疗救助等方面对妇女儿童给予特殊照顾。中方对克拉马托尔斯克火车站的袭击造成包括妇女儿童在内数十名平民伤亡感到痛惜。事件的相关情况和具体原因必须查清，任何指控都应以事实为依据。冲突发生以来，有大量妇女、儿童从乌克兰进入周边国家避难。中方赞赏有关邻国和其他国家向他们打开边境，并为其提供安全庇护和人道救援。所有难民无论肤色、种族、宗教信仰，根据国际法都应获得必要和平等的保护。乌克兰和周边国家人道需求依然巨大，联合国人道协调办公室、妇女署、儿基会等国际机构应继续动员协调国际支持，向所有有需要的人提供人道救助，特别要考虑妇女、儿童的特殊需求，提供有针对性的医疗救治、心理疏导和社会服务，保障儿童受教育的权利。我们对有关寻求避难的妇女、儿童被拐卖 和受侵害的报道深表关切，呼吁妇女署、儿基会、难民署、人权高专办等国际机构加强监测，支持有关国家采取措施，坚决防止他们遭受二次伤害。主席先生，尽快让战火平歇，才能从根本上解决乌克兰人道危机，使妇女儿童远离暴力伤害。对话谈判是通向和平大门的唯一出路。我们支持当事方继续开展谈判，努力克服困难和分歧，为达成停火积累条件，为妇女儿童能够早日看到和平曙光做出积极努力。国际社会其他各方都要多做有利于对话谈判的事，为谈判取得进展营造必要环境和条件。必须指出，一味实施制裁、输送武器不会带来和平。不断升级的全方位无底线制裁，引发粮食、能源危机和生活必需品价格飞涨，让全世界人民为此付出沉重代价，更让阿富汗、也门、非洲之角、萨赫勒地区数千万的妇女儿童成为严重受害者。中方再次呼吁各方保持理性克制，采取负责任态度，为妥善解决乌克兰危机、早日恢复和平做出建设性努力。谢谢主席先生。
I thank China for their statement, and I now invite the representative of the United Arab Emirates, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Lord Ahmed, I'd like to begin by thanking you and welcoming you for chairing this meeting. I'd also like to thank Ms. Bahous, Mr. Fontaine, and Ms. Cherapacha for their briefings and insights shared. Mr. President, when this Council adopted the Women, Peace and Security Agenda more than 21 years ago, it recognized the disproportionate impact of conflict on women and girls. Women are not only exposed to grave violations of international humanitarian law, but are particularly vulnerable to gender-specific risks as well. However, the WPS agenda also recognized that women and girls are active agents of peace who can drive efforts and provide solutions. Their participation in conflict prevention, peace building, reconciliation, and reconstruction must be guaranteed, not only because of the impact the conflict has on them, but also because it has proved to result in more sustainable and longer-lasting peace. Since the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine, the overwhelming majority of the 4.3 million people who have fled to neighboring countries are women and children. There have been deeply disturbing reports of conflict-related sexual violence and those who have fallen prey to criminal organized gangs running human and sex trafficking rings. According to the WHO, there have been 89 healthcare facilities across the country impacted by attacks, undermining the right of women and girls to access healthcare. This contributes to a lack of critical maternity care for pregnant women, both within Ukraine and for those fleeing abroad, as the UNFPA has warned. Finally, the conflict is disrupting children's access to education. Every child has a right to education, and this can further block their opportunities and capabilities to contribute to Ukraine's future. This risks a generational effect. Accordingly, the UAE would like to highlight 3 areas to support women and children impacted by the war in Ukraine. First, we see the ongoing negotiations between the parties as a positive development, and we call on them to guarantee women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in all peace efforts. It is imperative that women's leadership and participation not only take place at the end of the conflict, but also in the design and implementation processes for its peaceful resolution. Women have been leading local reconciliation and dialogue efforts for many years now in eastern Ukraine. These efforts should not be forgotten. Rather, they should be recognized, built upon, and mobilized to drive efforts towards peace. Second, sex disaggregated data collection on the impact of the conflict remains a valuable tool, including in strengthening accountability for conflict-related sexual violence. This can ensure that restorative justice can be achieved. Third, a gender-responsive approach must be implemented in all humanitarian efforts during and after the conflict. This should include the voices of women who can inform the provision and delivery of humanitarian assistance, services, and programming efforts with their needs at the center. We also call on all parties to uphold their obligations under international humanitarian law, in particular, the protection of civilians, and to allow timely and unimpeded humanitarian access. Mr. President, I want to also highlight the disproportionate consequences this war has on women and children around the world. From food insecurity to high commodity prices, women and girls worldwide are seeing their daily lives and their futures upended. More than ever, we need concerted efforts to prevent that from happening. The stakes are too high. In conclusion, we reiterate our strong call for an immediate cessation of hostilities throughout Ukraine to allow for constructive dialogue between the parties and to end the suffering caused by this conflict. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the United Arab Emirates for their statement, and I now invite the representative of Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour votre leadership dans la conduite de nos travaux. Je remercie Madame Sima Baouz et Monsieur Manuel Fontaine pour leurs exposés. Je remercie également Madame Katerina Sherpaka. Monsieur le Président, l'escalade dévastatrice de la violence en Ukraine porte atteinte à la sécurité des femmes et des enfants, qui représentent aujourd'hui la plus grande proportion des populations civiles qui fuient en masse les zones de combat ou se terrent dans des abris de fortune, souvent dans des conditions inhumaines. Le nombre de personnes déplacées augmente au rythme de l'intensification des combats. Il atteint à présent la dizaine de millions, parmi lesquels d'innombrables enfants qui ont traversé les frontières de l'Ukraine sans être accompagnés. Les témoignages persistants font état de violence et de viol à l'égard des femmes et des filles. Le témoignage de M. Fontaine de l'UNICEF sur des réseaux de traite des personnes humaines est alarmant. Les violences sexuelles contre les femmes et la traite des êtres humains sont inacceptables. Il est crucial que des enquêtes indépendantes et impartiales soient diligentées pour établir les faits et les responsabilités. Monsieur le Président, alors que la guerre s'enlise, les attaques contre les infrastructures civiles, dont les établissements de santé et les écoles, affectent considérablement l'accès des populations à l'eau potable et aux soins de santé primaires et spécialisés. La baisse de la couverture vaccinale de routine fait craindre la résurgence de certaines maladies infantiles. De même, les mouvements massifs des populations, les ruptures d'approvisionnement, la détérioration des conditions d'hygiène ainsi que la promiscuité constituent des conditions propices au développement des épidémies. Monsieur le Président, cette guerre doit cesser. Des actions urgentes doivent être prises pour répondre aux besoins importants des populations civiles et en particulier les femmes et les enfants. Nous notons avec intérêt le renforcement par l'UNICEF de ses équipes mobiles et de l'augmentation de ses fournitures en produits de première nécessité et en services essentiels en vue d'atténuer les souffrances et accroître la protection des enfants dans les zones de conflit. Il est urgent que l'aide apportée aux femmes et aux enfants soit renforcée, y compris par des soins de santé mentale et émotionnelle et un soutien psychosocial. Des dispositifs de protection spécifiques aux femmes et aux enfants doivent également être mis en place pour prévenir les risques de traite de personnes. Je voudrais réitérer toute l'appréciation de mon pays au travail des humanitaires qui sont aux avant-postes dans les lieux de combat, parfois au péril de leur vie, pour secourir et protéger les civils. Nous appelons les parties à leur faciliter l'accès à toutes les localités dans lesquelles l'aide humanitaire est devenue vitale. Mon pays appelle à un cessez-le-feu et à l'ouverture de couloirs humanitaires dans l'ensemble des localités en vue de la fourniture de l'aide humanitaire dans des conditions optimales de sécurité. Aussi longtemps que les travailleurs humanitaires ne pourront accéder à ceux qui ont besoin de cette aide d'urgence, des personnes continueront de mourir, aussi bien des balles que de la faim et des maladies. Je voudrais à nouveau réitérer l'appréciation de mon pays en direction des pays voisins de l'Ukraine, qui continuent de se mobiliser pour l'accueil d'urgence des réfugiés. Nous les encourageons à accorder le même accueil à toutes les personnes en détresse sans distinction. Nous demandons le respect de leur dignité et appelons à un traitement équitable de toutes les personnes en détresse. Je voudrais également réitérer l'appel aux partis à s'engager de bonne foi dans le dialogue en vue de mettre un terme aux hostilités. Nous demandons aux belligérants de se conformer à leurs obligations en vertu du droit international humanitaire. Monsieur le Président, cette guerre doit cesser. Elle est insoutenable, elle est déshumanisante, elle doit cesser immédiatement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I thank Gabon for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation, Your Excellency.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Благодарим сегодняшних докладчиков за предоставленную информацию. Коллеги, мы не сомневались, что сегодня со стороны наших западных коллег вновь прозвучит множество измышлений в отношении того, что сейчас происходит на Украине в свете проводимой нами специальной военной операции. Алгоритм ваших действий нам давно понятен. Извратить и очернить цели СВО, замолчать неудобные для вас факты и продвинуть фейки и пропагандистские наработки Украины и работающие на киевских режим профессиональных западных пиарщиков. Все ваши усилия логично вписываются в логику, развязанной в отношении России информационной войны, которая по своей интенсивности не уступает боевым действиям на земле. Новую планку дезинформации задают сегодня наши албанские коллеги. Постред Албании сегодня перечислил почти весь список приписываемых нам преступлений, не потрудившись упомянуть, что ни по одному из них так и не было представлено хоть сколько-нибудь убедительных доказательств. Понятно, что презумпцию невиновности вы уже давно растоптали. За последнее время совместная западная и украинская фабрика по производству фейков вышла на новый уровень и приступила к фабрикации и постановкам в лучших традициях печально известных британско-сирийских белых касок. У всех до сих пор на слуху беспрецедентная, как по своей жестокости, так и по топорности исполнения, провокация в городе Буча Киевской области. Ее пока еще продвигают в качестве якобы совершенного российской армией преступления. Несмотря на неопровержимые свидетельства о постановочном характере произошедшего, которые только множатся. Не буду останавливаться на деталях. Об основных из них мы подробно информировали Совет Безопасности в прошлый вторник. После того, как британское председательство в нарушении базовых правил процедуры Совета сделало все, чтобы не допустить проведения отдельного заседания по этой провокации. Скажу только, что при тщательном анализе действий укронацистов сложно избавиться от дежавю. В 1944 году идейные учителя киевских радикалов, действуя в лучших традициях главного гитлеровского пропагандиста Геббельса, устроили провокацию с якобы зверски убитыми красноармейцами в деревне Немерсдорф в Восточной Пруссии и мирными жителями. Этому предшествовал циркуляр, разосланный в крупнейшие немецкие газеты, в котором подробно описывалось, как лучше преподнести якобы злодеяния советских солдат. В наше время газеты читают все меньше, и подобные руководства появляются в соцсетях, причем их даже особо не скрывают. Набирают артистов для массовок, ориентируют, на каких моментах следует остановиться. Одним словом, Геббельс был бы доволен размахом своих украинских последователей, однако их подвело исполнение. Инсценировки в Немерсдорфе, нацеленные на создание легенды о якобы совершенных красноармейцами массовых убийствах и изнасилованиях, впоследствии были убедительно опровергнуты различными экспертами. А имя поселка стало нарицательным для обозначения грубой пропагандистской инсценировки. Точно как та, которую реализовали в Буче. Однако бучинскую провокацию на уходящей неделе затмила другая, которую укронацисты реализовали в пока еще находящихся под им контролем Краматорске. Это классическая операция под чужим флагом. Остановлюсь над ней подробнее, тем более, что многие ее сегодня упоминали. 8 апреля из окрестностей населенного пункта Доброполье, в 45 километрах к юго-западу от Краматорска, украинские вооруженные силы нанесли удар тактической ракетой «У» по железнодорожному вокзалу города Краматорска. Погибло более 50 человек, из них 5 дети. В больнице Краматорска были доставлены 98 человек, среди которых 16 детей, 46 женщин и 36 мужчин. Почему мы с такой уверенностью говорим об ответственности именно украинских, а не российских военных, как это сразу же показали западные СМИ, и как об этом сегодня говорил ряд наших коллег? По нескольким причинам. Назову 3 из них. Во-первых, на вооружении российской армии не имеются тактические ракетные комплексы «У». Они устарели, были давно заменены на «Искандеры» и активно используются только армией Украины. Во-вторых, сделанные по горячим следам еще до прибытия украинских пропагандистов снимки очевидцев позволили безошибочно определить не только тип ракеты, но и направление, откуда она прилетела. И этот район пока удерживается украинскими войсками. Наконец, в-третьих, по тем же снимкам легко идентифицируется номер «У». Она относится к серии Ш-915. Ракетами из этой же серии неоднократно обстреливались мирные города Донбасса. Есть их обломки с соответствующими номерами. Таким же боеприпасом 14 марта 19-я отдельная ракетная бригада ВСУ осуществила ракетный удар по центру Донецка. На месте погиб 21 житель Донецка, 36 ранены. Ужасные кадры этого обстрела западные СМИ до сих пор выдают за обстрел Киева. В общем, провокация в Краматорске киевскому режиму также не удалась. Но украинские пропагандисты явно пытаются учесть свои ошибки и сработать чище. Они очень стараются. Только за последние дни мы передали в ООН информацию о следующих готовящихся провокациях. Постановочное обнаружение массовых захоронений в селе Раковка под Киевом. В город Кременная заблаговременно прибыли репортеры зарубежных СМИ. Их цель – зафиксировать подготовленную ВСУ провокацию с обстрелом якобы российской армии автомобилей скорой помощи, которые переводят пациентов. В селе Белогоровка заминированы резервуары с хлором на территории водоканала, которые планируется взорвать при подходе к городу формирования народной милиции ЛНР. В городе Ирпень Киевской области осуществляется провокация по схеме Бучи-Немерсдорфа. Сотрудники СБУ планируют привезти из морга при городской больнице на улице Полевой в подвал одного из зданий на восточной окраине города тела погибших от обстрелов артиллерии мирных жителей. Затем в Пущеводецком лесном массиве СБУ будет организована постановочная акция со стрельбой и уничтожением якобы российской разведывательной группы, прибывшей в Ирпень для убийства свидетелей якобы военных преступлений России. При этом в качестве бесспорных доказательств в лесу будут представлены тела ранее убитых националистами под пытками пленных российских военнослужащих. Ждем распространения видеоматериалов от этой постановочной акции западными СМИ. Вот только сегодня Министерство обороны Российской Федерации озвучило, что в город Середина-Буда Сумской области, ранее находившийся под контролем российских войск, приглашены представители западных и украинских СМИ для проведения постановочных видеосюжетов. В населенном пункте Нижняя Сыроватка под Сумами в один из подвалов стаскиваются тела. Постановкой сюжета о якобы зверствах российской армии занимаются британские режиссеры. Российские войска, напоминаю, покинули этот город 3 недели назад. Все эти сообщения поступают нам от жителей, которые находятся в этих местах и которые неравнодушны к целям нашей военной операции. Не могу также не сказать о сообщениях от одесситов, о том, что в городе в большом количестве замечены бойцы ВСУ, переодетые в российскую военную форму. Похоже, что в этом городе также готовится масштабная и кровавая провокация, точнее операция под чужим флагом. Коллеги, не говорите потом, что мы вас об этом не предупреждали. Уже осуществленные и планирующиеся провокации в сочетании с ставшей уже нарицательной практикой использования националистами мирного населения в качестве живого щита поражают бесчеловечным отношением к судьбам народа Украины и свидетельствуют о полном пренебрежении укронацистами нормами морали и международного гуманитарного права. Россия, как мы неоднократно говорили, с мирным украинским населением не воюет. Господин председатель, поскольку наше сегодняшнее заседание проходит в том числе по теме «Женщины, мир и безопасность», не могу обойти и этот сюжет. Применительно к Украине он, конечно же, также крайне идеологизирован и пронизан провокациями. Видим четкое стремление представить российских солдат садистами и насильниками. Как и в свое время садистами и насильниками стали пытаться представить советских солдат-победителей во Второй мировой войне. Видим, что не меняются ни цели, ни русофобский заряд, доставшихся Украине по наследству пропагандистских методичек. Действительность, однако, свидетельствует совсем о другом. Несмотря на все исхищрения, даже до западного читателя временами доходит информация о зверских пытках мирного населения садистами из украинских националистических батальонов, жертвами которых становятся в том числе и женщины. Так, увиденное в здании начальной школы номер 18 города Мариуполя, которая долгое время удерживалась нацистским батальоном Азов, шокировало даже видавших виды военных. На полу в углу подвала тело женщины. Руки отсечены, лицо изуродовано. На животе выжжена свастика. Примечательно, что эти ужасающие и уже публиковавшиеся фотосвидетельства на Украине и на Западе некоторые и сейчас пытаются выдать за преступления российских военных. Господин председатель, украинское общество последовательно обрабатывалось националистами в течение как минимум 8 лет. Поэтому и украинские женщины, к сожалению, порой предстают в довольно странном, я бы даже сказал, диковатом образе. Лучше всего это иллюстрирует патриотический видеоролик, активно распространяемый по соцсетям в последние дни. На нем одна из западноукраинских актрис под патриотические речевки и проклятия в адрес России серпом перерезает горло замученному российскому солдату. Единственное, с чем этот ролик вызывает ассоциации, так это с террористами из ИГИЛ, которые также распространяли видео, на которых они перерезают горло своим жертвам. Печально, что Украина докатилась до подобной безудержной жестокости, до слепого, не отстающего от игиловского радикализма и экстремизма. Видя это, лишь убеждаешься в необходимости и безальтернативности осуществляемой Россией специальной военной операции. Операции, необходимые ради будущего Украины, а также безопасности не только России, но и всех других соседей Украины. Вряд ли, например, мирные поляки могут чувствовать себя спокойно в условиях, когда устроители Волынской резни, унесшие жизни десятков тысяч их соотечественников в 1943 году, сегодня почитаются на Украине в качестве национальных героев. Я говорю именно о мирных поляках, а не об ослепленных русофобией и польских властях, политика которых давно уже потеряла здравый смысл. Господин председатель, завершить хотелось бы на более оптимистичной ноте. Есть, разумеется, и другая Украина, получающая благодаря нашей военной операции новый шанс на мирную жизнь и подлинное добрососедство. У этой Украины уже появляются свои символы, в том числе и женщины. Так, мало кого оставил равнодушным широко разошедшийся по соцсетям видеоролик, снятый вошедшими в одно из селений украинскими солдатами. Вышедшая им навстречу старенькая бабушка ошибочно принимает их за россиян и берет с собой красное советское знамя Победы. Говорит им добрые слова о том, как долго она ждала освобождения. Солдаты, надо отдать им должное, бабушку, несмотря на это, не обижают. Дают ей пакет с продуктами. Но взамен забирают знамя и начинают его топтать. И тогда бабушка, поняв свою ошибку, демонстративно возвращает им продукты и требует вернуть знамя, за которое воевали ее родители. Дальше ролик обрывается. Очень хочется верить, что с бабушкой ничего не случилось. Ведь ее подвиг и смелость уже вдохновили многих. Хочется также верить, что уже совсем скоро она дождется освобождения и сможет без опаски вынести из дома красное знамя и в священный для всех нас День Победы почтить память своих родителей и тех, кто освобождал Украину от нацистов. Не боясь при этом, что кто-то будет топтаться на этом знамени. Благодарю за внимание.
I note the contribution from the Russian representative. I now invite the representative of Kenya. Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome back to New York. I thank USG and UN Women Executive Director Sima Bahous, UNICEF's Director of Emergencies Manuel Fontaine, and Ms. Katerina Cherepaka for their briefings. I also welcome the participation of the permanent representative of Ukraine and the permanent representatives of the affected countries in the region. Mr. President, we would not be here having this discussion but for the armed breach of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. We must again observe and condemn the continuing disregard for international law and the United Nations Charter and the anarchic, dangerous world that has resulted. Kenya further condemns the recent bombing of the train station in Kramatorsk, where more than 50 people were killed as they attempted to flee the war. This war is causing massive civilian suffering. We do not have an accurate count of the lives lost to violence, but they must be in the thousands. We have no figure for the instances of rape and other forms of sexual violence against girls and women, but it is certain that the number is high and rising. We know that the overwhelming majority of refugees who have fled Ukraine are girls and women, and we also know that each one of them, in their own special way, has had their life shattered by this war. We know that such forced human movement and family separations increase the potentials for sexual abuse, exploitation, and human trafficking. We must commend all the individuals and institutions and governments that are helping in every possible way. We especially thank those UN organizations such as UN Women, OCHA, UNICEF, UNHCR, UNFPA, and other agencies for their reports that highlight the key areas of concern for Ukrainian women and girls. More than that, we thank them for the actions they're taking to help women and girls fleeing and trying to survive this war. We also applaud today the brave women of Ukraine who are fighting for peace and for their country. We recognize with admiration the women who are leading in government and civil society in pushing us all to a peaceful resolution of the war. Mr. President, in the last year, our delegation has been in the Security Council. We have spoken regularly about women, peace, and security. Most often, it has been to applaud the role of women as peace builders and to urge their participation in decision-making at all levels. Today, I urge that we let the full weight of the suffering of women in Ukraine to settle in our minds. Perhaps then we will have the will as the Security Council and the international community to attain a ceasefire, and the boldness of vision to undertake a diplomatic dialogue that can provide lasting security in Europe and globally. The victims that I'm speaking about are fleeing bombs and bullets, overwhelmingly fired by young men on the orders of their older male superiors. These men are themselves dying in large numbers, and in doing so, their mothers and sisters and daughters are mourning them. On either side of the violence of this war are women, the ones who are suffering the effects of the war in Ukraine, and the mothers of the soldiers in the Russian Federation who must wait in agony, wondering if their sons will return home or have been involved in attacks on civilians. No one knows a greater agony than the grieving mother of a fallen soldier, or the grieving mother of a soldier who has returned home from a campaign that featured atrocity. Mothers are on either side of the war. They are suffering the dangers and atrocities being carried out on their children and by their children. It is therefore exceedingly inappropriate that in the public reporting of the negotiations for a ceasefire, we see few women and mothers at the table. We urge all relevant actors in the ongoing negotiations and those that follow to ensure the inclusion of women as participants and decision makers. The same should be the case for all the institutions and operations that are responding to this war. We call for humanitarian corridors to be established and protected. We urge that the humanitarian actors make certain that their operations have the ability to aid women and girls, particularly those who are survivors of rape and other forms of gender-based violence. If the war continues much longer, it will harm the food and energy security of many millions around the world. It will destroy livelihoods, increase poverty, and cause economic crisis. For a global community barely starting its recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine is a damaging blow. The result will be early deaths, political instability, and the escalation of other conflicts. The humanitarian and developmental response to that suffering must leave no country or region behind. In this regard, Kenya continues to urge the Secretary General to rally the United Nations, the major economies, and international financial institutions to design instruments that offer the most vulnerable countries, particularly in the Global South, needed support. Mr. President, I finish by once again reaffirming Kenya's lasting support for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of Ukraine. I thank you.
I thank the Ambassador for Kenya's statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the United Kingdom. May I begin, first of all, in joining others in thanking the insightful and expert and deeply thoughtful contributions of our briefers. My thanks go to Sima Bahouse from UN Women, to Mr. Manuel Fontaine from UNICEF, and of course, Ms. Katerina Charapaka gave us a direct insight of the situation on the ground in Ukraine. And in doing so, it reminds me that the Geneva Conventions contain numerous provisions that afford special protections to women and girls as civilians in conflict zones. Yet, what we see today with our own eyes, and as today's detailed briefings testify, is harrowing evidence of how women and girls are suffering. Mr. Putin's invading forces are absolutely oblivious to even the most basic tenet of the Geneva Conventions, the distinction, the absolutely essential distinction between civilians and combatants. Today, sadly, we've once again heard Russia trying to deflect from the facts, the reality on the ground, muddy the waters by what can only be described as quite extraordinary statements and even lies. Yet what is true, what is fact, is that Russian attacks on civilians and residential areas have been truly barbaric. Yet what we've seen shine through this as a real beacon is the Ukrainian people themselves. Ukrainian women have demonstrated incredible fortitude and demonstrated the real resilience of the Ukrainian people. Indeed, that was reflected in the engagement our own Prime Minister had in Ukraine recently. And I myself, as we heard from the representatives of UNICEF, from UN Women, and indeed the representative of the United States, I've also had the opportunity, and I'm pleased we're joined by Poland. When I visited Poland, I saw the strength and support of the Polish people, the incredible welcome being given to fleeing refugees, but also the resilience of Ukrainian women, predominantly women, as we've heard from many statements today, who are crossing the border. They're being forced to cross the border because they want to protect their children who accompany them. We've also met and seen female members of parliament who have resorted, because they can't sit as parliamentary members, to take up firearms, to defend themselves, to defend their people. We've seen incredible courage from civic leaders refusing to leave their communities, to the countless and absolutely incredible untold stories of heroism across Ukraine, as women have stood up to Russian forces, many armed with little more than patriotism, their own sense of courage and resilience, and a fair sense of injustice. Emerging reports paint a deeply disturbing picture, including alleged rapes and sexual violence within Ukraine's borders. The violence and exploitation does not end there. Beyond the borders, displaced Ukrainian women and girls, as we've heard again today, face heightened risks of trafficking, a point made by UNICEF, and also sexual exploitation by criminal gangs. The mounting evidence of war crimes in Ukraine compels us, surely as the international community, to come together to stand and do more and stand with Ukraine, and stand with those who have faced such unspeakable violence. The vote recently to suspend the Russian Federation from the Human Rights Council was proof of our collective will to do just that. We must now work ceaselessly to investigate these crimes and to hold Mr. Putin, Russia, and the forces of Russia to account. And that is why the United Kingdom has worked closely with partners to refer this illegal invasion to the International Criminal Court, to establish a commission of inquiry through the Human Rights Council, and to establish an OSCE mission of experts. Ukraine's women, like many women around the world as they continue to do today, help build that open, democratic, free Ukraine, a society that for some reason Mr. Putin fears. And Ukrainian women's participation at all levels, as we heard today from colleagues from Ireland and Kenya, amongst others, will be central if we are to build a sustainable and lasting peace. And any peace settlement must also reflect the disproportionate impact of this conflict, this war, on the girls and women of Ukraine. In conclusion, today's UN Security Council discussion and meeting is a rallying call to us all, the international community, to recognize the impact of this illegal war, the impact of this illegal war on the very basis and foundations of international law, on the very basis and attack on the very foundations on which this institution, the United Nations, is based, the actual charter of the United Nations itself. And it is an illegal war on the women and children of Ukraine. And ultimately, we must come together and act together to hold Russia to account for these crimes. I now resume my function as President of the Council. Before we go to the countries who are not part of this Council, I've had a request from the representative of Albania, who's asked to take the floor to make a further statement. Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened carefully to the Russian colleague, and I'd just like to highlight three short aspects. First, we do not come here to make propaganda. We all know where the propaganda comes from these days, and it is not certainly from here. Second, what we say here is fact-checked and corroborated. Facts and truths are not for discussion, even when we do not like them. Third, if we are here to talk about these issues, painful ones, it is because of Russia's actions, including this aggression. Continue to claim that there is no war of aggression in Ukraine is equal to continue to claim that the world is flat. We know there are people who believe it, but that doesn't make it true. And finally, the only true threshold here is the appalling degree of unspeakable crimes we are discovering in Ukraine unseen in Europe since decades. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I now moved to other contributions, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, Madam Executive Director Sima Bahous, Mr. Manuel Fontaine from UNICEF, Ms. Katerina Cherepakha from Ukraine, La Strada. I also recognize a representative of Putin's regime in the permanent seat of the Soviet Union. Although a more appropriate seat for Russia government's representatives seems to be at a trial for war crimes committed in Ukraine, since today's lies from Putin's representative predictably contain everything but the kitchen sink. As one says these days here in New York, we know Russians lie because their lips are moving. There is nothing to write home about, as the Russian comrade hasn't even shown himself out of the chamber after that embarrassment of an intervention. Lights are on, but nobody is home at the Russian mission. Mr. President, George Orwell believed that totalitarianism and the corruption of language were closely connected. Now I have to put my earphones to listen carefully to the Russian interpretation of the next couple of sentences. It is an important development that the Security Council is now addressing the issue of the Russian war against Ukraine under a new agenda item, maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. I would like to thank those Security Council members who supported its introduction. I find the interpretation I have heard quite satisfactory. What I find not satisfactory at all is how the Russian diplomat, in his statement upon the approval of the agenda item, used the Russian language to impose a different concept of reality. The agenda item, as approved, reads as follows. Once again, maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. It is neither on Ukraine, na Ukraine, as the Russian diplomat purposefully manipulated, nor any other linguistic fantasies of the Russian mission. In fact, it's not the first time the Russian mission hopes to avail of the fact that the majority of you do not speak Russian, like it was in the last session of the Security Council when Ambassador Nebenza tried and failed to quote a Russian language interview, rather. The language used for the title is exceptional for conflict-specific issues, which are mostly refer to situations in specific countries or questions concerning them. It is an acknowledgement that peace and security of Ukraine have been violated from abroad, and the Security Council will remain seized of the matter until they are restored. Along with the letter dated 28 February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the UN, addressed to the President of the Security Council, concerning the threats to the territorial integrity of Ukraine due to the Russian attempted annexation of Ukraine, the new agenda item will serve as a framework for the Security Council's actions in response to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. We may defeat militarily Russia in Ukraine sooner than we may deoccupy Crimea. That is why I hope, and I'm sure, that the Russian proposal to remove the letter of 2014, that is basically about Crimea, will not be supported by the necessary number of the Security Council members. Mr. President, on the 24th March, an overwhelming majority of the UN member states adopted the General Assembly resolution Humanitarian Consequences of the Aggression against Ukraine. They particularly demanded in that resolution that civilians, including humanitarian personnel, journalists, and persons in vulnerable situations, including women and children, be fully protected. Russia voted against, thus openly showing it considers civilians, including women and children, to be a possible target. Since the beginning of its invasion, this Russian approach has proved to be true almost on a daily basis. Just last week, in the presence of the President of Ukraine, the Security Council addressed the massacre committed by the Russian troops in the city of Bucha and other towns and villages of Kyiv region during the period of occupation in March. Over the past week, a number of foreign officials, UN representatives, and foreign journalists have attended the crime scenes. Shock and outrage were the main responses of those who saw those killed and tortured, who listened to those raped and robbed. The investigation had just started, but the futility of Russia's shameless attempt to decline responsibility is clear to everyone. Unfortunately, Russia persists in adding newer and newer items to the list of its war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. On April 8, Russian missiles hit the Kramatorsk railway station, where almost 4,000 civilians, mostly elderly, women and children, were waiting for evacuation trains from the war zone. More than 50 people, including 5 children, were killed. More than 100 were wounded, many of them severely. I will not develop the false theory of Russia that Russia does not possess .U, including because Russia deployed many .Us in the territory of Belarus. It speaks volumes that Russian attempts to conceal the traces following the strike were similar to those Russia had resorted to after shooting down the MH17 flight in 2014. Initial triumphant reports by Russian propaganda, this time about hitting a concentration of Ukrainian troops in the Kramatorsk railway station, were deleted immediately after the information on the real outcomes of the strike appeared. Instead, the regular fake narrative on Ukrainians killing themselves was again activated. It will neither persuade others nor help Russia to escape responsibility. The world's trust in Russia and its diplomats is as dead as a doornail. The investigation will establish all responsible and they will be brought to justice. Dear colleagues, the scope of atrocities that the Ukrainian women and children suffer now has not been seen in the region since the end of the Second World War. Like its Nazi predecessors, Russia has launched a policy of extermination of the entire people. The Russian soldiers have been allowed by their superiors to kill everyone who identifies herself or himself as Ukrainian, regardless of who they are. The very modest, preliminary, and incomplete figures recorded by the OHCHR include 245 women killed as of April 7. The sacks of 831 adults killed is yet unknown. According to our governmental sources, at least 183 children have been killed and 342 wounded. This toll of casualties, outrageous by itself, does not include the victims in Mariupol. It is impossible so far to establish how many women and children have been killed and injured there. In an attempt to cover up the killings of thousands of civilians in this besieged Ukrainian city and to prevent Bucha-like publicity, Russian troops are reported to be deploying mobile crematoriums to burn dead bodies of civilians. Again, the historical associations are easily traceable. The inhuman cruelty of the Russian invaders has turned the lives of millions of Ukrainian women and children into a horrific nightmare. Fleeing from Russian liberators, more than 4.3 million refugees have left Ukraine. 6.5 million people have become internally displaced persons. The overwhelming majority of them are women and children. This is the largest displacement in Europe since the 40th of the 20th century. The safety of women refugees remains a matter of concern. We should focus on how to protect them from sexual violence and trafficking in either labor or sex schemes of exploitation, as well as on how to ensure physical and psychological recovery for victims. I would like to inform you in this regard that a special web page, safewomen.com.ua, with information on how to protect Ukrainian women and children from human trafficking, has been recently launched in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, the briefer from Ukraine has provided you with examples of appalling cases of targeted repressions against female officials and female activists in the occupied territories. The execution of Ms. Olga Sukhenko, the head of the village of Matizhin, Kyiv region, along with her husband and son, is just one of these examples. The entire scope of the humanitarian consequences of the occupation of Kyiv, Chernihiv, and Sumy regions has yet to be established. At the same time, the existing data already serves as a reminder of the extreme vulnerability of women and children in a situation of war. The withdrawal of Russian troops has revealed evidence of unimaginable suffering, with killings, unspeakable torture, and sexual violence, including rape and mutilation. For instance, the prosecutor's office is now investigating the case happened in Brovary district, Kyiv region, when a Russian soldier killed a local resident and then repeatedly raped his wife in their private house. The suspect's identity has been established. The Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine, in cooperation with pretrial investigation agencies and healthcare facilities, is now launching a special mechanism of documentation of cases of sexual violence by Russian soldiers against Ukrainian women. Prosecutors and investigators are also closely cooperating with human rights defenders and NGOs that provide the women affected with medical and psychological support. I would like to reiterate the message delivered by my President to the Security Council a week ago. We are ready for cooperation with international institutions to ensure full and transparent investigation. It is also important that the UN bodies, including UN Women and UNICEF, address these issues and ensure full-fledged monitoring of the situation with women and children in the situation of the war of Russia against Ukraine. I would also like to draw the attention of the Security Council to the fact that the invaders have already taken more than 121,000 children out of Ukraine. Moreover, Russia is reported to have drafted a bill to simplify and accelerate the procedure for the adoption of abducted Ukrainian children, both orphans and those who have parents and other relatives. Most of these children were abducted from Mariupol to Donetsk and Russian city of Taganrog. These actions flagrantly violate Article 7 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. Mr. President, Ukrainian women have always been an indispensable part of the solution of crisis and conflict. The unprovoked and unjustified war waged by Russia has highlighted this role in government, business, and civil society. Since 2014, Ukraine's women have been increasingly engaged in the Women, Peace and Security agenda guided by UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and Ukraine's commitment to a gender equality policy. Ukraine was the first of the world's countries to adopt a national action plan for WPS 1325 under wartime conditions, and Ukraine has now adopted a second national action plan until 2025. Ukraine's female activists have been active in promoting initiatives aimed at supporting the Ukrainian army, strengthening public awareness and preparedness to war-related emergencies. The Ukrainian government and local communities have been working together. The Ministry of Social Policy and the Government Commissioner on Gender Equality Policy have established a network of advisors in all Ukrainian regions to ensure a gender-sensitive response to all situations, including emergencies such as these. Ukraine's women are proactive on all levels of community action: community local governance, local humanitarian responses. Many high government positions are held by women, and they are promoting full accountability for the war crimes being committed now. Ukraine's women have been actively contributing to Ukraine's security as members of the army and law enforcement, as peace builders, human rights and women's rights defenders. They seek meaningful inclusion in all the processes to restore Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and bring peace back to Ukrainian soil. Mr. President, let me conclude with another letter that was made public in Ukraine several days ago. A 9-year-old boy is writing to his mother on the occasion of the Women's Day. I quote, "Mama, this letter is my gift to you on the Women's Day of the 8th of March. Thank you for the best 9 years of my life. Many thanks for my childhood. You are the best mama in the world. I will never forget you. I wish you good luck in the heavens. I wish you to get to paradise. I will try to behave well to get to paradise too. Kiss you, your Tola." This was a 9-year-old boy from the town of Hostomel, Kiev region, and his mother was killed by Russian soldiers when they tried to escape from the occupied town by car. The boy stayed in the vehicle until local residents were able to rescue him and take him to a shelter. Such letters should not have to be written. If they are, it means that something has gone terribly wrong, including here at the United Nations. It would mean its mechanism of maintaining international peace and security aren't working properly and should be fixed. But could they be fixed while Russia is allowed to use the rights of a permanent member? If we are not able to stop the Kremlin, more and more children will become orphans. More and more mothers will lose their children. Today in Ukraine, tomorrow somewhere else. The Kremlin must be stopped for the sake of future generations, to save them from the scourge of war in Ukraine and throughout the world, as the UN Charter envisages. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. on behalf of Ukraine. I now invite the representative of Poland to take the floor. Mr. Ambassador.
Mr. President, members of the Security Council, Excellencies, I would like to thank United Kingdom and especially Ambassador Barbara Woodward for organizing this important and timely briefing and for shedding light on the situation of women and girls in Ukraine in the aftermath of Russia's aggression. I would like to thank the excellent briefers for their insights and most importantly, all their work in supporting Ukrainian women and girls. All conflicts and humanitarian crises disproportionately impact women and girls. Not only do they suffer from direct military consequences, but also they are victims of instability, human trafficking, and sexual violence. That's especially true right now in Ukraine, as we heard. Mr. Chair, the number of people who fled Ukraine since Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression on February 24th has risen to over 4.5 million. Nearly 2.6 million of those refugees have arrived in Poland. The overwhelming majority of those trying to leave Ukraine are women and children. According to UNHCR, as many as 90% of those fleeing the country are women and children. They also constitute majority of the internally displaced persons. Women and children displaced with no contacts or help are at a higher risk of trafficking and other forms of abuse. They are physically and psychologically weakened, unfamiliar with their new surroundings, and highly vulnerable to become victims to criminals. This is true both for refugees and internally displaced persons. Reports are emerging of sexual violence by Russian soldiers against Ukrainian women and girls who are fleeing the country. It is crucial to address the unique needs of women and children crossing the borders. Polish authorities have put measures in place in all border crossing areas and reception centers to control what has direct access to refugees. These measures include identifying and registering the names of those accessing reception and accommodation centers, and the names and registration plates of those with whom refugees leave sites. There are also information materials for people from Ukraine crossing the Polish-Ukrainian border. Leaflets are available in Ukrainian, Polish, and English, both in paper and electronic format. Mr. President, once in a safe haven, the importance of refugees' access to the labor market becomes a priority. Employment is not only the way to support themselves and their families, but also to regain a sense of security. Last month, Poland enacted a law allowing Ukrainian guests to legally live and work in the country for at least 18 months with full access to the state social protection system of healthcare and schooling. In addition, a Ukrainian citizen may also apply for a residence permit for another 3 years. The Polish government works together with the municipalities as they struggle to find out long-term housing, jobs, and placements in school for our Ukrainian guests. Given the fact that the refugees are predominantly women and with children, we are exploring the ways to support integration of women in the labor market. One is the examples in the care sector. Considering that the majority of refugees are women with children because men stayed and returned to Ukraine to defend their country, a big challenge is to provide nursery and kindergarten care. There are also programs in place to assist women finding employment in sectors where men are traditionally overrepresented. Mr. President, only in the capital city of Warsaw, there are 100,000 refugee children. 15,000 of them are already enrolled in schools. In the whole country, this number approaches 200,000. Children from Ukraine have the right to attend Polish schools on the same basis as Polish nationals. We offer different opportunities for children. Some newcomers are enrolling directly to the Polish schools, especially in the smaller towns. Poland is also establishing classes with all Ukrainian children and teachers who also have just arrived. These children will follow Ukrainian curriculum and be taught in Ukrainian. Ukrainian higher education students also have the opportunity to continue their education at the Polish universities. Patients evacuated from the oncological wards are being admitted to the hospitals worldwide, thanks to the initiative of the Polish First Lady, undertook in cooperation with their counterparts and members of the royal families. And our First Lady has just visited also here the respected agencies in the United Nations system. It has also to be stressed that refugee children, just like all children around the world, were already dealing with the mental health challenges from being isolated during the almost 2 years of the pandemic. Now, having left the warm comforts of home, not to mention their fathers who stayed in Ukraine to fight, any move toward the pre-pandemic normalcy has been cruelly interrupted. We offer psychological and other mental health social services to help Ukrainian refugees. However, the needs are growing every day. And we cannot help everybody without active, concrete, coordinated, and immediate assistance from the international community, including the UN system. Mr. President, women are not only victims in this crisis, but are also carrying through their families, the communities, and the nation. We want to pay a tribute to Ukrainian women who in large numbers have joined the pro-European protest movement, and since then they have played a powerful role in Ukrainian civil society and directed relief efforts. Women-led organizations helped fund and supply the Ukrainian military, provided medical care, food and social services to the large internally displaced populations. Women volunteers are the majority of the humanitarian aid and service providers in Ukraine, often the first on the ground to provide humanitarian assistance and deliver life-saving supplies. I pay tribute to the organization like La Strada Ukraine that we just heard. Ukrainian women represented in their government are playing a key role in developing policies that will be crucial in mitigating the effects of the war in the aftermath of the conflict. So there is the war, but there is also hope and solidarity. In many cases, hope and solidarity have faces of women. Let them prevail. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, on behalf of the statement from Poland. We're now going to hear from Romania, I believe, next. Thank you. Mr. Ambassador.
Mr. President, Romania welcomes the initiative to hold a meeting dedicated to women's participation to the peace and security of Ukraine. I would first like to thank the briefers for their insightful contributions. At the outset, let me reiterate Romania's strong condemnation of the completely unjustified and unprovoked military attack of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, as well as the reported atrocities committed by the Russian armed forces in a number of occupied Ukrainian towns, now liberated. Romania reiterates its strong support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, and remains committed to assisting Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. February 24th, 2022 will remain one of the darkest days in history after the end of the Second World War. This aggression has sparked massive displacement, forcing over 11 million people to flee their homes. Every day, we are witnessing women and children, older persons, and persons with disabilities fleeing their houses, their hometowns, their country, seeking help in neighboring countries. Every day, we hear incredible and tragic life stories. Women and children fleeing to save their lives, leaving behind their fathers, husbands, and sons. As we closely monitor the devastation and immense suffering, the international community must also maintain its focus on the continued reports of horrific violations and abuses of human rights. The military actions of the Russian Federation disproportionately affect the most vulnerable. Children continue to be killed, wounded, and deeply traumatized by the violence all around them, while women and girls face an even higher risk of various forms of gender-based violence. Ukrainian women and children crossing international borders are more exposed to the risk of human trafficking, including online. Mr. President, Romania has been in the front line as one of the largest receiving countries for Ukrainians fleeing the terror since the beginning of the war. Alongside its allies and partners, Romania is trying to find the best solutions to help the population in need, be it on the territory of Ukraine or as refugees on Romania's territory. We also support the Republic of Moldova, which is facing a massive influx of Ukrainian refugees. The humanitarian response set up by the government of Romania was structured in two stages. The emergency response to the humanitarian crisis, covering the urgent needs at border crossing points, humanitarian transports, and the transport of refugees to temporary accommodation places, and the structural stage of developing protection mechanisms. As we approach the second phase of the intervention, the government has set up 6 working groups that have the role to design inclusion and protection policy measures in the following areas: health, education, labor, housing, vulnerable persons, children, and youth. Each working group develops sectorial action plans in collaboration with experts from the corresponding ministries, UN agencies, and representatives of the civil society. The response to all this human suffering has been swift and all-encompassing. We have seen national NGOs, international NGOs, UN institutions, but also simple Romanians from all across the country offering help, be it in food supplies, transportation, and accommodation in their own homes. Between February 10 and April 10, more than 700,000 Ukrainian citizens entered Romania. 80,000 are currently in our country. At the same time, between February 10 and today, almost 4,400 Ukrainian citizens applied for asylum in Romania. These citizens benefit from all rights provided by the Romanian legislation. Throughout the proceedings, asylum seekers can benefit from accommodation in the centers of the General Inspectorate for Immigration, if they so wish, as well as measures of material, financial, medical assistance, specialized psychological and legal counseling, access to the labor market, and cultural adaptation activities. Complementary, the asylum seekers can also benefit from the support of international and non-governmental organizations. Ukrainian citizens receive free medical care and appropriate treatment for emergencies through the National Emergency Medical Care System. Regarding children, I would like to underline that all Ukrainian children on the territory of Romania, including those who do not apply for a form of protection as provided by the law on asylum, have the right to receive education in Romanian schools in the same conditions as Romanian people. They have the right to receive free accommodation in boarding schools, food allowance, school supplies, footwear, clothing, and textbooks. Their health is examined in medical school offices, and if they have not received a vaccine, they can access the national vaccination scheme from the national program of the Ministry of Health. I would also like to mention that with the support of UNICEF and in partnership with the relevant Romanian institutions as well as with local NGOs, Blue Dot centers have been set in place in several border crossing points to provide psychological and legal support and counsel to families and to unaccompanied minors arriving in Romania. Separated families are also helped to reunite. Mr. President, conflicts disproportionately harm women and girls. We are seeking this every day in the eyes of women and children that cross our border, fleeing Ukraine because of the Russian military aggression. We do our best to help them overcome these difficult times and to preserve their dignity. We stand up for our values. We stand united for those who are suffering. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for Romania's statement. We will now hear from the representative of Germany. Madam Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to thank you for organizing this briefing and Executive Director Sima Bahous of UN Women, as well as Mr. Fontaine from UNICEF and Ms. Sheria Pacha from La Stada International Ukraine for their important contributions to this meeting. The consequences of Russia's aggression against Ukraine on the situation of women and children are nothing but shocking. The horrible pictures from Bucha and Irpin of bodies of civilians lying dead on the streets are engraved in our memory. Among them were the bodies of women and girls who have become victims of sexual violence and rape by Russian soldiers and mercenaries. Some reports suggest that bodies of killed women and girls were burned or run over by the perpetrators trying to cover their deeds. These crimes and other crimes in dozens of Ukrainian cities will not be left unanswered against women and girls, but also against civilians. Germany fully supports the important work of the Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, and the UN Human Rights Council has set in place a commission of inquiry that will investigate into these cases and others. We fully support the opening of an independent investigation by ICC prosecutor Karim Khan and will provide further assistance if needed. Germany will actively contribute to ensuring that perpetrators are brought to justice, and it is important that all accountability mechanisms take into account the gender dimension of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Like in other conflicts, this war is impacting women and men differently, and it is often those that are already marginalized and face intersecting forms of discrimination who suffer most. We therefore have to ensure that women participate fully, equally, and meaningfully in decisions regarding humanitarian assistance, the refugee situation, as well as peacebuilding, reconstruction, recovery, and possible post-conflict scenarios, and that all measures are gender responsive. Russia's aggression has caused one of the worst refugee crises since the Second World War in Europe, and as the vast majority of those fleeing Ukraine are women and children, they are at risk of falling victim to criminal activity, as has been said by many briefers. It is crucial to protect women and children to the best extent possible, and in this regard we commend in particular the work of UNHCR and UNICEF. The disruption of education is a deeply aggravating factor, endangering the well-being of children who often arrive exhausted, traumatized, and malnourished in countries of destination. More than half of Ukraine's children have been displaced due to the war, and additionally more than 750 schools in Ukraine have been damaged since the beginning of the conflict, denying thousands of children access to education. We commend UNICEF's efforts to provide children of families fleeing the violence with education kits and to help repair damaged schools and kindergartens. And we also support the important work of UN Women Peace and Humanitarian Fund in Ukraine and in Moldova that has been explained by Sima Bahous. To conclude, Germany reiterates its full solidarity with Ukraine, including its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence, and will renew our urgent call on President Putin to stop this war immediately, to end the indescribable human suffering, and to withdraw the Russian troops from Ukrainian territory fully and unconditionally. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. And with that, there are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers, and this meeting is now adjourned.
Right, so it looks like they ended that. That's finally over with after a long morning, you guys. Wow, it's done. Been for 2 hours listening to that, so that was very important, man. That brought the market all the way down to what you see now. And now you're seeing that as soon as that ended, you're seeing the market get a pop right back here towards the end. But man, that just really had the market shook up right there, man. They were talking about the war. People are really nervous about that still. Saying it's a lot more bodies. People not cleaning up those bodies over there in Ukraine. It's devastating, man. So that definitely moved the market though. So keep your eye on it now. The market is popping back up to the upside here. The spot looks like it's trying to get back to VWAP. Triple Q is trying to get back to VWAP as well here. I'm seeing most stocks, they went down, but they didn't flush. They didn't flush. They're holding up here strongly, still standing in a little channel here. All the indices are in the red now. The Nasdaq's down 1.47 here. We are back from Wall Street lunch here. I went ahead and just took my lunch too, man. I was really snoozing there during my lunch. I went to sleep, man. That was a long briefing. But we're back now, though, you guys. The Dow's down 76%. The SP 500 is down 1.12. The Russell is down 69 here. The VIX is up at 11%, you guys. So the VIX volatility is very high here. But the SPY is trying to bounce up right now as we speak. We do got earnings coming up here in the morning, tomorrow morning, CarMax, but that's probably it. That's going to be exciting tomorrow. Nothing going on today. But other than that, you guys, we got Secretary Jen. She's about to speak now. So that's really, it's kind of a chill day. Nothing really too much going on, man, for real. So you shouldn't even be over leveraging here. Should be making a little bit of profit, or you know what I'm saying? It's one of those type of days. Just chill. Very, very chill here. So got some people in the chat saying we bottomed. Respect, the real MVP. New 4-hour candle, vacuum the VWAP, FOMC, let's go. Everybody's saying whatever, but the truth is it is going back to the middle right now. So you guys be very, very cautious here, man. Be very, very cautious here. Right now, as of right now, like I said, Wall Street lunch is already over. They're back, so the only thing to be anticipating here now is Secretary Jen. We're just waiting for her to step to the podium and give us an update from the White House. And that's really probably it here for today, man. You can tell it's not that much news here today. It's very chill here, but that one briefing with the Russian-Ukraine situation just really brought the whole market down its first 3 hours here today, man. It did, but like I said, we're seeing that pop here right now off the bottom here. So at this point, we have definitely double bottom. Some would say triple, but I see two solid bottoms. So damn, it is what it is. Get outside. I like it. In or out? I done told you that. It's my last time. In or out? Yeah, man. Yeah. So we're going to take a quick break, though, right here anyway, since they done with that. And we just waiting on Secretary Jen. Nothing going on, you guys. I see y'all in the group chat. Y'all still going at it, man. Y'all been live all morning. Aaron said he's about to cut the count for the day. He's hit 900. Oh, man. Good shit, boy. I'm going to hit you here in a second, too, bro. But we're about to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are waiting for Secretary Jen here. She's the next market mover, so let's see what she does. Other than that, the market is down here, you guys. The market is down. The spot hit 441.35, so they're about $1. Well, now they back up at 442.34, but they was just about $1 away from entering that bear market here. So we're about bull/bear market here. The bears are overpowering the bulls here now, though. They got the spot all the way back to 442, you guys. So the correlation is definitely added up. Friday it wasn't. Now it is. Spot came back down. Stocks moved lower. That makes sense now. So you guys should be on game here. Now, keep in mind, we are at a point where this could be a nice little dip buy. So I wouldn't be over leveraging at the bottom here. You one or two wouldn't hurt you maybe if you're trading, but at the end of the day, you don't want to over leverage at the bottom because this thing hasn't flushed yet. If you're noticing, and stocks are picking up here at the bottom here, so it looks like we might have a bottom in. But it's too early to tell. We got CPI data tomorrow. It is only 1 o'clock today. We're gonna wait to Secretary Jen talk. Like I said, she's your next market mover. She's either gonna bring this thing back up here, maybe to the upper band on the SPY, but more than likely she'll keep it where it's at right here and bring this thing down lower. We'll probably see a lower low by the end of the day here. But that's just what we're expecting, you guys. Other than that, This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD, and we're taking a quick break. We will be right back.
Yeah, it's Leonard P. Hey, my cousin, man, we back.
I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong, popping Zans and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin', I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it, I gotta go get it.
You gotta go get it. We some go-getters. Lately we ain't have much, but now we got all the riches. And they tryna get it, cause we ahead in my city. And still doing parties at the hut, knowing that's a death wish. Rest in peace and treasure, and McGee that got recently hit. I shed a few tears off the love and strength. Now I just keep a sack, call me Warren with it. My board going too fast, got you haters furious, man. My mindset like Joker, I'm asking why so serious. Y'all a bunch of joys, cause y'all just acting curious. I like my bitch ass fat, long hair, like delicious. I hold on to my money, yeah, I cherish it.
I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong, popping Zans and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin', I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it, I gotta go get it. I gotta go get it, all my niggas with it, I gotta go get it, even when we split it, been on the ticket, had a chance and I missed it, at Russell Wilson, a young nigga after digits, spent the whole band on some throwaways and got them off, 35 on the shrooms, wild as shit, now the shit I barely had to drop them bands when a nigga got caught, got put in a couple weeks, I'm praying that they let me out, let me in my eyes, you can tell I done been through it, that's why I stay gassed up and pulled up on that fluid, nigga, I don't need all that heat, I'm trying to cool it, nigga, you the police, who you think you fooling? I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong, popping Zans and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin', I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it, I gotta go get it.
Get it. Yeah. Yeah.
Little skeezers, little horse, little jump, yeah, horse.
Leonard P. I mean, about the fucking.
I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past, don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass, so what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at, I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past, don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass, so what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at, I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trying to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else
but who loves the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. But I wanna like the cars look so good, but I ain't touching them. I know they not getting paid. Them just getting. Hey, now you the cost was going up this morning though. If you would have caught it this morning, you could have though. I was about to buy that Amazon shit, but nah. Something told me just wait because I feel like they came right back down too. But I did wait. AMD, yeah, it is. But I like AMD for the bounce, bro. I like AMD for the run up on earnings too, though. Oh, fuck. It's fun. Don't tell me it's back to 100. Don't tell me. Damn. See what I'm saying? I know it can do that. I know it can stay over 100. It love that. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. It ain't gonna. It probably won't make it to 100 today though. Nah, that's weak. That's too weak. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. That should make it to 100 right now. Hell yeah. Hey, but let me know what's up with that 20,000 challenge, bro. Like I said, I got some lined up. Alright, so how you trying to do this again? What we just gonna say about the Discord?
I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror. I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loves the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
You see that, right? Yeah, it got rejected at VWAP. I'm looking at the 1 minute. Oh, okay, I see it on the 5 minute. Yeah. On the 1 minute, it just 1 minute it didn't even get close either. Now that I'm zooming in, it's not really that close. It just got rejected before it got to it. Yeah, that's true. Let me just look it up. UVXY is, let's see, it is definitely primed for the breakout. It's above VWAP. Oh, UVXY going up too. Yeah, it's about to go to the upper band again. It's like trying to get there now. It's trying to get back to about $13.81. That's the next move on the UVX. You already in calls? I might swing one. I feel you. I might swing one. Oh, okay. You got it at the lower day. Boy, you risky as hell, boy. Yeah, I feel you. You was already up. Yeah, it makes sense. It probably is gonna come down, bro. I don't really see nobody trying to step in right now, right before CPI data come out and like, oh, I'm gonna be a hero and buy it up. You know what I'm saying? I don't see that happening. I think everybody just want to kind of wait on that news. Right. Yeah, I ain't touched nothing today, but I know what I'm gonna play with, you know what I'm saying? I know how much I'm gonna use when I do jump in there. I'm just waiting on the right entry. Oh, this shit just straight chop zone, man. The best entry would have been this morning though, for sure. That's what I see now. The best entry would have been this morning. Oh, you did? Oh, you was cut. I should have did that shit with you Friday when you said swing Amazon. You should have. Damn, I should have did that shit with you. I should have did that shit, bro. Oh God. Yeah, you did say. You said when you said you got it, I should have just like, yeah, fuck it at that point. I was tripping. That ain't shit. Wait. What you want? Yeah, nice. Yeah, CPI ain't in play yet until about towards power hour. But I'm gonna tell you though, I think the Bears want to really touch 440. If they can get to 440 before it close, they gonna be happy as hell, and then they gonna even try to flush it. Right, like one more bounce up, then come back down type shit. I can see that too. Shit, not only that, half of the first quarter game's gone. Shit's white. Everybody got that money in their pocket. Every shit gone. Dead ass. But nah, that's a bet though, bro. Look, when you get off work, bro, just holler at me, bro. Call me tonight for real, so we can really like get the account and shit and all that shit set up, like how we gonna do it. Cause like I said, I got a business account. We can use my shit. You feel me? Or we can start one, bro. It don't matter how we trying to do it. Well, how is it? You can make more than one portfolio, right? Yeah, I got Webull, but I don't even really be using my shit like that. It's really kind of dry for real. Yeah, let's do that. That's straight. Yeah, I fuck with that. Yes, let's do that, bro. Cause I've been waiting on some motherfuckers, people like y'all, to play with Webull. Cause some people I know they don't like Webull. It's too advanced. It look too advanced to them, so they don't like it. Oh yeah, SPA coming down. Just wait. I would say let it stop you out at probably like 441.35 because that's the low of the day. Yeah, this is a test. This is a test right here for sure. They consolidate like a bitch. Dead ass. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. This is the Stop Working Live with LCAOD. As you can see, I'm talking to the homies in the chat. And, you know, we just chopping some things up here. But it looks like Secretary Jen is live right now. She has on bright red, you guys. Let's tune in and see what she has to say.
Russian invasion.
Well, we have seen the Indians do exactly that more recently, as they did as it relates to the horrific photos that we saw around Busha. We've seen them take steps to provide humanitarian assistance and a range of assistance, but it is something we always encourage leaders to do, to speak out, to be vocal, to ensure they're on the right side of history. But this was a constructive call. It was a productive call. It's a relationship that is vitally important to the United States and to the president. I would not see it as an adversarial call.
And then I understand you want to let the Indians speak for themselves, but was the president seeking a promise from Modi that he wouldn't look to increase oil purchases from Russia?
Well, we are, the president both conveyed that we are here to help them diversify their means of importing oil. Again, the imports from the United States are already significant, or much bigger than the imports that they get from Russia. And we, of course, the president conveyed very clearly that it is not in their interest to increase that. But beyond that, I would let the Indian leaders speak for themselves. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if, last night, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told 60 Minutes that the Ukrainian military has recordings of conversations between Russian troops talking about committing atrocities that would qualify as war crimes. Wondering if anyone in the U.S. government has been able to listen to these intercepts or whether the U.S. government has similar intercepts.
Well, I don't have anything to confirm on that front from here, but what I would reiterate is something Jake Sullivan said last week, which is that as we're looking to provide data and information to war crimes investigations, of which there are a range of options currently underway, the OSCE, obviously the ICC, the Ukrainian special prosecutor is also gathering information. We're going to provide any data and information we can, and we're going to encourage other countries to do exactly that. We've already called a range of these actions we've seen war crimes. That is important, but there's also going to be an investigative step where all of this will be fed into. That can also take some time.
If it ended up at The Hague, is that something that the White House would support?
We're not going to prejudge which format or forum that it can take. There are a range of different options that history has utilized, whether it's the ICC or the OSCE, and basically an international fora is probably the appropriate forum, but we're not going to predetermine what that looks like. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Does the U.S. intend to return its diplomatic presence to Kyiv?
That is, of course, our objective over the course of time, but we're going to have to assess when it's the right time to do exactly that.
Is it considering moving back into Ukraine, potentially to Lviv, sooner rather than later?
I don't have a prediction of that at this point. Obviously, it's in our interest to have a diplomatic presence on the ground, but that is an assessment made by the State Department, made through the prism of security considerations, and sometimes it's a smaller presence that gets larger, but they are really the appropriate entity to speak to that.
Is there any concern that if the U.S. does not get its diplomatic presence back sooner, that it'll appear that we're leading from behind, as you've got the European Union, I believe the Czech Republic, Italy, a lot of countries are coming forward and saying that they're going back to Ukraine, and the U.S. hasn't done it yet.
I would say that the most important thing the United States has done and continues to do is lead the entire global coalition in standing up against Russia and ensuring we are providing military security assistance, expediting that, tapping into not only our own resources, but the resources of countries around the world, and leading the world in a package of economic sanctions that has had a crippling impact on the Russian economy. Those are the most important factors.
Has the president asked to go to Ukraine?
I'm not going to get into private conversations. What I will tell you is we're not currently planning a trip by the President of the United States to Ukraine. What is most important to the Ukrainian leadership is that we are expediting weapons and getting them the assistance and security systems they need, and that is what our focus is on.
And who decides if the president goes to Ukraine or not?
In what way?
He had said when he was in Poland that he expressed interest in going to Ukraine, but they wouldn't let me. So I'm wondering who.
I'm not going to get into private considerations internally on that front.
Okay, and on Title 42, you said over the weekend that the administration agrees more needs to be done. The immigration system is broken. This was in response to a question about
Sure.
Democrats who don't want to lift it right now. You invited Republicans to work with the White House to get something done on immigration, but has the White House actually reached out to any Republicans to try to move this forward recently?
It has been a long-standing open invitation. Any Republican who wants to work with us on immigration reform, you're invited. Let's have a conversation. We have not seen an expression of that interest across the board.
So you're wanting Republicans to go to you. The White House is not reaching out then to any.
We have conversations with Democrats and Republicans all the time, Jackie, but I think it's clear what we're seeing from Republicans is an effort to politicize this and not fix what we all recognize as an outdated and broken system.
One last question. You said on Friday that the vice president was masked indoors all day, but the White House tweeted a video showing her standing over the president without a mask on. Can you explain what happened there?
Well, I would say that the vice president and the president and all of us abide by what the CDC protocols are. It was an emotional day. It was a historic day. And there were moments when she was not wearing a mask inside, including in a photo, but she was wearing it 99.9% of the time. I would note the president and the vice president have both tested negative in the last 24 hours. And, we have felt and made the decision it's important to share with all of you when there are close contacts. That's exactly what we did. Why it's of interest to the public, I think, is, and you guys can agree or disagree with me, is because the four principles, the public has a right to know and an interest in knowing when the four principles have exposure or close contact exposure to any individuals who have COVID. The vice president is now 5 days post-exposure. She tested negative. Oh, go ahead. Do it. Oh, sorry. I'll go to Caitlin. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, I jumped around. I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
Speaking of India's response to Russia's invasion, they have abstained from several votes at the United Nations condemning the invasion, suspending Russia from the Human Rights Council. Did President Biden raise that during their call today?
I don't have any more details beyond what was raised or briefed out in the background call. Obviously, the call concluded. We just did a briefing call. I don't have any more details beyond that.
You can't say if President Biden asked them to condemn the invasion?
They have condemned the recent horrific atrocities we saw in Busha, and certainly, as we see more, we expect them to do exactly that as well.
What does the U.S. assess this new Russian general overseeing the invasion will mean for it going forward?
Well, I would say our view is that even a changeover in personnel or leadership at the top is not going to erase the fact that this is a strategic a failure for Russia. What we should all be aware of, and we are certainly aware of, is this is a general who was already responsible for overseeing atrocities in Syria, and that we would expect that it would be a continuation of the type of atrocities we've already seen take place in Ukraine. But again, they have not. It is not gone as President Putin has planned, and we don't expect a change in personnel would change that.
Are you concerned it could get worse?
Well, I think, Caitlin, separate from any change of leadership at the top, what we have seen or we expect is as they have coalesced their resources and all of the resources that they have into most of them, I should say, into eastern Ukraine, we certainly expect that they will seek to surround and overwhelm Ukrainian forces in that part of the country. We expect Russia will continue to launch air and missile strikes across the rest of the country to cause military and economic damage. And we expect this stage of the conflict could last a long time, and we should have no illusions that Russia is going to adjust their tactics and make them less brutal. And certainly, changes in leadership reflect a continuation of the type of atrocities we've seen, or the type of approach that we've seen, and we've also predicted from the beginning.
And just to follow on Jackie's question, what is the threshold for reopening the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv?
I'd point you to the State Department if they have any more specifics they want to outline publicly. Obviously, we want to have a diplomatic presence on the ground. That's always going to be our objective. Go ahead. Oh, Kelly, go ahead.
It's been years since there's been a confirmed ATF director, and what do you think will be different now with this new nomination the president's putting forward? And do you think the absence of that kind of leadership has had any part in the increase in gun violence the country has seen?
Well, it's hard for me to make a conclusion or us to make a conclusion on that from here. But what we know is that having confirmed leadership, leading any agency, including one as important as the ATF, always is going to make the systems, the processes, the ability to get policy making done more efficient and effective. And there's no question it's a net positive to have someone confirmed to lead ATF. I would say that Steve, who is our nominee or announced a nominee, is a highly qualified candidate with decades of law enforcement experience, including through partnerships with the ATF to prosecute complex cases and take down violent criminal gangs. He's received bipartisan support from law enforcement leaders. He was confirmed unanimously when he was nominated to serve as a federal prosecutor. And our view is that if Republicans are about getting tough on crime, as we are, and keeping our communities safe, they should support a career prosecutor like Steve Dettelbach, who can make ATF more effective in getting guns off our streets and stopping criminals. And it's in all of our interests to have a confirmed nominee, and we think he is eminently qualified to do exactly that.
And just to follow on the issue of the vice president and the masking, a couple of times you've cited emotional day, important role she was playing. You're not saying that those things are reasons to not follow CDC guidelines?
Absolutely not. And I appreciate your question on that. What I was conveying is that while she has worn a mask, as is protocol, and as is our expectation of everyone from the vice president, the president, all of us on down, if you have a close contact, that there was a photo, as Jackie said, and there are moments when she was human, and she didn't have a fat mask on in a photo, but she has worn the mask, and certainly that is what we want to convey to the American people.
Is it because of the photo, because it's an important day and the photo will live for decades, that we all understand? I mean, I'm wearing a mask today, I don't always wear a mask.
Yeah.
Is that the reason?
I think it was a decision made in the moment, but it doesn't mean that we don't all try to be model citizens here and abide by what the CDC protocols are and requirements. And I conveyed and wanted to reiterate that she did test negative, in case those of you had not seen that, because she now is at that 5-day past the close contact. Go ahead.
Oh, Jen. Thank you. Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan was deposed this weekend following a no-confidence vote in Parliament. What is the administration's reaction to those developments, and does President Biden have any plans to speak with the country's new Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif?
So we support the peaceful upholding of constitutional and democratic principles. We don't support one political party over another, and we certainly support the principles of rule of law and equal justice under the law. We value our longstanding cooperation with Pakistan, have always viewed a prosperous and democratic Pakistan as critical to U.S. interests. That remains unchanged, regardless of who leadership is. In terms of a future call, I don't have anything to predict at this point in time. Obviously, we stay in close touch with them at a range of levels.
One more question on the president's call with Prime Minister Modi. Was India's acquisition of the S-400 missile defense system from Russia a topic of discussion? And do you have any updates on whether the U.S. would impose sanctions that would be triggered under CAATSA or issue a waiver should India go through with that purchase?
Yeah, I don't have an update, as I said, kind of to an earlier question on the CAATSA waiver that would be required. I don't have an update at this point in time. I can see if there's more to report out to you for the end of the day. Go ahead.
Tomorrow is CPI day. It's probably obviously going to capture the start of the war and pretty significant spikes in energy. Can you give us a sense of what you're expecting and what, if any, change this will make for what talks may or may not be going on with the Hill, on what pieces may or may not be passed of a bill that may or may not have a name? I don't know.
Sounds very hypothetical and hopeful. Okay.
How hot do you expect it to be?
Sure. No,
And the strategy to pass what you believe to be inflation cooling measures in the medium term.
I understand your question. So because of the actions we've taken to address the Putin price hike, we are in a better place than we were last month. But we expect March CPI headline inflation to be extraordinarily elevated due to Putin's price hike. And we expect a large difference between core and headline inflation, reflecting the global disruptions in energy and food markets. So core inflation doesn't include energy and food prices, headline inflation does. And of course, we know that core inflation, energy, the impact of energy, of course, on oil prices, gas prices, we expect that to continue to reflect what we've seen the increases be over the course of this invasion. And just as an example, since President Putin's military buildup accelerated in January, average gas prices are up more than 80 cents. Most of the increase occurred in the month of March, and at times gas prices were more than $1 above pre-invasion level. So that roughly 25% increase in gas prices will drive tomorrow's inflation reading. And certainly it's not a surprise to us, but we certainly think it will be reflected. And in March, again, to give you a point of comparison, the average cost of a barrel of oil was around $110. That's compared to about $75 at the beginning of the year. So we expect this to all be reflected as we look at the data tomorrow. I will say that anytime there is heightened monthly data or inflation reporting or numbers, it is a reminder to us, to our allies on the Hill, and hopefully to many of the American people that we need to do more to reduce costs for the American people. We have, of course, legislation that could do exactly that, cut the cost of childcare, of healthcare, of elder care. These all have enormous impacts on people's budgets, on when they're doing those calculations at their kitchen table, and certainly this data will be a reminder of the need to do something and take additional steps.
The President signed the PNTR bill on Friday.
Yes.
Do you have anything to share on next steps for that? In other words, how quickly would tariffs on Russian goods change across the
Yeah, that's a great question. Let me see if I can get you a more how quickly it would be implemented. When they would see the tariffs, as you're asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally, the announcement this afternoon on guns, of course, backdrop to this is a lot of cities are seeing significant instances of gun crime or violent crime more generally. Can you give us an update of where the administration stands on a push for a police reform package to pass through Congress? Are those talks ongoing at all? Or is the calculus of the sort of escalation in crime that's made it even more difficult to pass the police reform package right now?
Well, I would say first on gun violence, which we do recognize as an enormous problem, and of course a driver of what we've seen as the rising rates of crime across the country for some time. We are going to continue to call on Congress to do more. We're not going to wait while lives are being lost and when more reforms need to be put in place. So, I think there's kind of two components here. There's obviously police reform. There were bipartisan conversations. We sort of paused on our review of an executive order for that period of time out of respect for that process. Obviously, that's not a process that is rapidly moving forward. We're continuing to review and have every intention of the president signing an executive order on police reform. I would note that we have also taken steps from the Department of Justice to ban chokeholds and take other steps that we have the capacity to do from the federal government. But in order to make reforms impactful over the long term and more expansive, we need legislation. On guns, we have also taken steps. The president has done more to fight gun violence and keep our communities safe than any president in history in his first year in office. This is obviously an issue that is close to his heart, something he's passionate about and has been for decades. And choking off the supply of guns being used in crimes, including by cracking down on gun traffickers and firearms dealers who are selling guns illegally, is one of the steps we've taken. But also we've taken steps to put more cops on the beat, investing, improving community-based programs to make our streets safer, doing all of this to prop up while also supporting reforms, local police, make sure they have the funding they need, while also putting in place, in whatever capacity we have, gun reforms measures, as the president is doing today, to help address some of the rising impacts like ghost guns.
Your assessment that right now there's no appetite in Congress to pass the George Floyd
Well, I don't want to speak for Congress, and so they can speak for that and what they think the potential is. And obviously, we're going to continue to advocate for that, to push for that, to press for that. But we're not going to wait to take additional steps that we have the executive authority to take. Go ahead.
Jen, if I can circle back to the call that the president had earlier today with Prime Minister of India. A senior administration official did brief us earlier today and said that we haven't asked India to do anything in particular. This was on energy imports, but then later said we don't think Russia should accelerate imports from Russian oil. So can you tell us, did the president explicitly ask not for an acceleration of Russian oil?
It's more, as it was articulated, and I just articulated, I hope maybe not clearly, about conveying that we don't think it's in their interest to import more Russian oil. They're only importing 1 to 2% at this point in time. We're here to diversify and help them diversify, as we've done with other European countries, should they make that choice to do. They're not violating any sanctions by importing oil. It's a decision we made from the United States, but we also recognize different countries have their own calculations. It was conveying exactly how I just described it.
Can I ask you one other question on inflation? You were referring just a minute ago to the consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I know we've often heard the administration after Putin's price hikes. I just got back actually last week. I was at Michigan talking to a lot of voters who told me that they feel like inflation has predated the war. And I'm curious how the administration just squares this all together. I mean, many voters do feel that inflation, correctly so, predates the war, and it can't all be blamed on Vladimir.
We talked about inflation long before there was an invasion, but we also know that factually, if you look at the data, the average gas prices are up $1.80 to $1. It's about a 25% we've seen increase in gas prices since the start of this invasion. And we know energy prices is a big driver of the inflation data. So that's if you look at the economic data. It doesn't mean, I'm not suggesting every person in this country looks at data and assesses in that way. They assess how they feel and what the impacts are on them. We've long talked about, since at least I started this job, since the president came into office, the impacts of the pandemic on supply chains, how that's impacted a range of costs, and steps we're taking to address those, whether it's ensuring there's our goods moving through ports, or other steps we can take to ensure there are, we fund chips manufacturing, because autos and the production of autos, maybe this was a case or an issue when you were in Michigan, has definitely been a driver over the course of time. So there's a lot of different issues, but there's no question that energy prices continue to be month by month a driver of inflationary data. And we know that since the start of this invasion, because of the reduction of oil in the supply in the global oil market, that from Putin's invasion, that is a big driver. Go ahead.
Jen, thanks so much. Just circling back to Kelly's question about the new ATF nominee. Can you describe any outreach that's been done to the Senate to ensure that the confirmation process goes more smoothly than it did to the last selection?
Well, because we're just announcing him today, I would expect it would be from here forward, right? Obviously, there are notifications that happen in advance of any announcement, but certainly we feel that he is somebody who has been supported from had bipartisan support in the past, is broadly supported by a number of police groups, and that he's an excellent candidate to lead ATF. But I wouldn't validate a process going awry. I think it's more about whether or not Republicans in Congress feel that there should be a head of the ATF, and we believe there should be, and this is a person who is eminently qualified to do that.
Did that notification process include Senator Manchin's office?
I'm not going to get into specifics of the notification process, but obviously since he's just making this announcement today, I would expect that the outreach picks up from here.
And then just on the president was photographed over the weekend in Washington, D.C. wearing a mask. I just wanted to, if you could go through when he masks and when he doesn't. Would it appear that he did not have a close contact, but correct me if that's wrong?
He did not, but we all make decisions. Some people in here are wearing masks to make them more comfortable, or because they chose to that day, or maybe they're going to be around family members or people who may be immunocompromised or vulnerable, and the president makes that decision, as we all do as well.
Jen, can I just ask a kind of a broader question related to the Modi meeting?
Sure.
You've talked a lot about the president's leadership in terms of assembling a global coalition against Russia, but that global coalition isn't really global in the sense that there are many countries out there, India is one of them, that hasn't really joined, hasn't really taken a side. They've sort of adopted a neutral stance, as Caitlin mentioned, the votes in the UN, including the most recent one on kicking Russia out of the UN Human Rights Council. So, do you all consider India an example of a kind of failure to broaden the coalition to countries like India beyond the sort of core European countries? And if so, what was this call used, or does the president see pressure to use a call like this to expand that global coalition even further, so that Russia doesn't have the kind of lifelines that it needs to escape the sanctions and the like?
Well, I would say building more than 50%, far more than 50% of the world's GDP into a global coalition is hardly a failure. I don't think anyone would call that a failure. But what India has done to date, and our objective, and part of the objective of a phone call like this, is to have a diplomatic conversation to build on this, right? Recognizing that countries go at different paces and taking steps to support countries like Ukraine. What India has done to date is they have condemned the killings of civilians in Bucha. They've supported calls for an independent investigation. They've provided over 90 tons of humanitarian relief material to Ukraine and its neighbors, to include medicine and other essential relief. Earlier in the conflict, they also used its resources to evacuate almost 150 foreign nationals for 18 different countries. So part of our objectives now is to build on that and to encourage them to do more. And that's why it's important to have leader-to-leader conversations.
Jan?
Go ahead.
The last mandate for public transportation, like trains, buses,
Yeah.
and airplanes, expires next week. Does the White House or the administration have any plans on extending that?
Well, it's a decision made by the CDC, so they will make that decision, and I'm not aware of a decision being made at this point, but I would certainly point you to them. Go ahead.
I'd like to switch gears here. Do you have an update on Brittany Griner? Russian state media reporting that her detention's been extended at least until May 19th. And also, is it still a strategy not to talk about her case or limit talk about her case to keep from politicizing it?
So the State Department will have the most up-to-date information. I think it's been out for some time, the extension of her detention there. We typically don't talk about cases in advance of having a Privacy Act waiver. Once we had a Privacy Act waiver, we can talk about it more. But historically, and having formerly served at the State Department, it is not typically constructive to talk a great deal about these cases of individuals who are detained. It can historically impact our ability to bring them home. And that, of course, is our objective. But the State Department makes those determinations. They are in closest touch with efforts to bring her home, and that certainly is our objective.
I have to ask Trevor Reed or Paul Whelan.
Again, these are, of course, individuals, and we want to do everything we can, and we are doing everything we can to bring them home, including raising their cases at every opportunity. But typically, it does not benefit the cases to talk publicly about these cases, and I would use evidence of some individuals we've been able to bring home from a variety of places in the last several months where we didn't talk a lot about them in advance. Our goal is to bring them home. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the president's conversation with Modi, wondering if the fact that Mayor Garcetti doesn't appear to have the votes for confirmation right now, is there any concern around that, especially given how much the U.S. wants to press India not to cooperate with Russia? Was that, the question of his confirmation discussed, and
I'm not aware of it being a topic during the call.
Does the president still support his nomination?
Yep, he does.
And then, is there any reaction on the French election and the outcome with Le Pen? And
There's not an outcome yet. It goes to a runoff. So obviously at this point, we're not going to speak to that. Go ahead.
Thank you. During the call, Prime Minister Modi thanked President Biden for organizing this call. Can you give us a broader context into it, why this call was organized by President Biden and at this particular time?
Sure. Well, I would say India is an incredibly important partner. We consult very closely with India on a range of issues. And this was an opportunity to discuss, work very closely and discuss the consequences of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war against Ukraine. This builds on discussions that have happened, obviously at a lower level than Prime Minister Modi and President Biden, but certainly is a reflection of the value the president sees in leader-to-leader diplomacy and having conversations that are candid, that are direct, but also provide, hopefully, a pathway to continuing to build on the steps we've seen India take in recent weeks.
Given the situation that in Pakistan, what is your assessment of the situation there, given that it's a nuclear power country, the situation is quite volatile?
In terms of the new leadership, or what aspect?
Security aspect of Pakistan.
I don't have a new assessment from here to offer. I would point you to the Defense Department. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Several Parkland parents, including Manuel Oliver, who was taken into police custody at the White House in February while attempting to get the president's attention, will be attending today's Rose Garden event. Does President Biden have any plans to meet with Oliver or any of the other Parkland parents at the gun violence prevention event?
I will check. I don't believe there are additional meetings, but obviously inviting these incredibly courageous parents who have experienced the worst thing that can happen to a parent in their lives is a reflection of his respect and all of our respect for the work they've done, their advocacy, and certainly an acknowledgement of that.
Yesterday, on a separate topic, Larry Summers warned that a recession could be on the way in the next 2 years based on the inflation and unemployment rates. Is the White House also concerned that a recession could hit in the next 2 years? And what do you make of his prescription of tariff reduction, strategic petroleum reserve release, adjusting immigration flows, and the federal government purchasing things more inexpensively?
Well, I would say a number of those things we're already doing, but I would say to your earlier question, we, of course, continue to assess the state of our economy, the health of our economy. That's not a projection we have made from here. We believe that the economy is strong. We have created more jobs last year than any year in American history. We saw the unemployment rate at 3.6% last month. And we know that as we're continuing through an economic recovery, that there are areas that we need to focus on, including bringing down costs for the American people. But we are continuing to assess. We've not made that projection from U.S. government economists that Larry Summers has made. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the guns, Biden's approval rating on crime is at 34% for some of the latest polling. That's at the same time as you know that background checks have a lot of approval from the American public, as well as there's 63% that have supported the ghost gun regulation that you guys are finalizing today. What's causing the disconnect there? Is there any plan to change the White House's messaging moving forward from the events today?
Well, I would first say that there's nothing the president would love more than signing background check legislation into law. That's something he has been a leader, a champion, and advocate for throughout his career, and also banning assault weapons. He'd love to be having an event in the Rose Garden today, signing legislation into law. And you're right, it's hugely popular. It doesn't make a lot of sense, except for the hold the NRA still seems to have over components of government at this point in time. Not our government, but people who are elected. So I wouldn't say our messaging has changed. I think it's important, and that's always been the case. But ghost guns, we know, are an area where we can take steps to help through executive authority and through executive actions, as the president is doing today, to put in place background checks, to put in place a requirement of serial numbers, to bring them more in line with a range of other guns. But we'd love to get broad background check legislation signed.
To ask you, do you have any response to the news that Jared Kushner secured a $2 million investment from a fund led by Saudi Crown Prince?
I don't have any comment from here, but maybe they'll have a comment. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Going back to the Ukrainian-Russian war, Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer is meeting with Putin in Moscow. What does the administration have to say about that? What does the president think that will achieve?
Well, I think we've encouraged or supported any efforts at diplomacy. We've, though, encouraged anyone who is speaking with or meeting with, however they're engaging, with President Putin to also engage with Ukrainians. They are the country that is being invaded right now. And so if you're going to play a role in diplomacy, that is an especially important component. I would expect at some point we'll get a readout of their conversation, so I can't predict if it's constructive or not.
To follow up on Pakistan, if you will, the new Prime Minister, Sharif, what arrangements does the administration have to contact him, and what's moving forward on that?
You mean whether there will be a call from the president? I don't have. Oh, good.
Expectations are there for his new administration too?
I don't have a prediction of a call at this point in time. I mean, obviously, those are assessments made day by day, and especially after new leaders are elected, of course. We have a long, strong, and abiding relationship with Pakistan, an important security relationship, and that will continue under new leaders. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Shin. So you said that 2% of the oil coming from Russia is imported into India.
1 to 2.
1 to 2. That's about 16 million barrels. So far, according to contracts, India has imported 13 million barrels since the war began, or since the invasion began of Ukraine. Why not just come out and ask them to help isolate the Russian president?
I think the president conveying, our deputy national security advisor conveying, they should take steps. We encourage them to take steps to diversify. We're here to help and assist in that, and also conveying it's not in their interest to increase the import of Russian oil. I think that speaks for itself. But we also know different countries are going to make decisions based on what their needs are economically and what the needs are for the people in their country. We have, of course, banned importing the import of oil here. Other countries have not done that, so it's not a violation of any sanctions or any requirement or request from our end.
On inflation, Uday, so you're saying that because of the president's work, then we will see in the core inflation without gas and food, you'll see that core come down, and you see the results of his work in that inflation.
I was making a prediction not of that, but of the fact that you're going to see, because of the increase in the price of oil, you're going to see an increase in the overarching headline number.
But the core inflation, you're saying that the president.
The core inflation, as you know, because you cover this very closely, does impact a range of factors that we're still working to address. So, but I was making a prediction about the headline component. Okay, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow. Or only if you're going to Iowa, I guess. But for the, yes, wouldn't miss it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that's it. She said she's going to Iowa or something. Secretary Jen, though, you guys. Yeah, there's your market mover. There you have it. So she got the spot right here, just chilling right here on VWAP now. Not even on VWAP, the lower band. The spot's just chilling on the lower band. All you got to do is flush, and it's over with. We'll be entering the bear market. But as you can see, it's trying to just chill. It's literally just sitting right on the lower band, the red line here on the spot here, 441.88. 441.44 is the low of the day. Keep that in mind. Triple Qs is down 2 here as well. The VIX is still up here. Looks like we have all the indices in the red still as well. So red market so far, man, here today on this Monday. Down Friday, down Monday kind of day. That's what it's been here. I haven't seen one of these in a while, but we know they like to do this. Tomorrow is Tuesday now. They like to call that turnaround. Keep that in mind. Now, they can turn it down either way they want to do it, but just know it's going to move again tomorrow. The action's not over yet, you guys. You're still going to have opportunity here. No need to be all down or feel like you missed it, having FOMO here. Nothing's happened yet. We are still waiting for the CPI data. As you can see, Secretary Jen said we expect it to be high. So, I mean, it will be high. Excuse me, that's just what it's going to be, though. So, we're going to see how we're going to react to it. I guess that's what we're waiting for, our own reaction. So, it's just boiling down to that, you guys. That's just to sum it up in the simplest way. Now, there will be, like, technicals with it tomorrow. We'll see. Actually, when the data come out, we'll go over it and read it. But you guys, it is about to be, it's a 1:59 p.m., almost 2 p.m. here. We got about 2 hours left today. Market going by fast today. Ain't it today going by fast? It was slow this morning, though, with that briefing. That briefing was really long. But other than that, market just kind of picked up time. And, man, it's almost closed here. We got 2 hours left, man. 2 hours left. So we're going to take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Charts and numbers, you guys. Charts and numbers. Take a break, too. Get you some water. Get up, move around, get the blood flowing, you guys. But get you a break, man. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Boys might going crazy.
Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. I keep a pool and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, yeah, not off the map. I roll with scrap and I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga talking, listening that. I ain't even listening to that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking the bitch. But nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P, I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's me, that's Leonard fucking P, and I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water, yeah. But niggas always running back in party train. We don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just living our life. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, say this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. Fuck niggas always run their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gon' be the one to let you down. They didn't see that then, but I see that now. Some of all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill but Lexus, enough to go around. Ain't chill but let the tree merry go around. Get how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house.
Nobody had it. This is what I'm saying. Y'all was gone. I always in the store. Nobody had it. That shit came out there from the food line, I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. That shit crazy.
Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't ever gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out, cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too, nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see it flying, you're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. No, baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright.
Ooh, big little spike there, you guys. Be cautious of this.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. Hey, I'm in disbelief. Oh, yeah. Hey, start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems. I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even questioned. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lesson I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Don't playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pad. Oh.
One Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name? Yeah, that's right.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Oh ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn bloods. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like a chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? You got my pockets, I'm swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, I'll be trusting these bets. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some fucks, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap, I'm tryna bubble, nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. I'm just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Going up, nigga. Right. Going up, nigga. Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We back from the break. Let's see here. We might have some more briefings during the last couple of hours here, but we might not. So let's check. I don't know. What a day, man. But it's been very chill, man. We ain't even gotten to the whole word of the day here, have we? No, we have not. That's going to be the next thing here. We're going to do the LCAOD word of the day. But first here, it looks like Biden is announcing new actions to fight gun violence. So let's tune in live to that first. It looks like they're getting ready for it here. He's not nowhere near to be found here yet, but he's going to be announcing new actions to fight gun violence here live from the White House. It looks like he's outside getting some of this wonderful air out here on this Monday, man, too. So we're going to just chill out here. We're waiting for that. When we see him walk to the podium, we'll get back with him. But in the meantime, let's get into the LCAOD word of the day. It's looking like it is looking like fix. Fix. Wow. Word of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Fix. F-I-X. Fix. Word of the day. Wow. This is randomly chosen too, ladies and gentlemen. I did not know this was going to be the word of the day. A dilemma, a predicament, to repair, to set, to arrange, to put in place, to focus on. Oh man, can I get a pound of back? Fix, ladies and gentlemen. That is your word of the day here with LCAO Day. LCAO Day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure a lot of you can fix a lot of stuff here. If you want to put it in one sentence, it's a lot. It's a lot I need to fix here. It's a lot the world needs to fix. It's a lot this market's trying to fix right now. You get it? Fix, you guys. So I'm only going to call this out one more time. Word of the day here. A dilemma, a predicament, to repair, to set, to arrange, to put in place, to focus on. Ladies and gentlemen, focus on fixing your problems. I'm telling you, it'll make your life better. Focus. Tune everything out. Nothing else matters. If no one's on your side, you are. Remember that. Fix it. Fix it, you guys. Fix it. And oh, that reminds me of the headline here today. When you click on the live stream and you want to replay the live stream, first thing you're going to see is a job is a job. It doesn't matter where you work, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter if you have fixed income. It doesn't matter. As long as you're putting food on the table and paying your bills, that's all that matters. You have a roof over your head. You got water flowing through your body every night. That's all that matters. Nothing else matters. A job is a job. Now, you do want to take that job money eventually and escape the rat race. Back to what I was saying last week. You do want to take that job money and be bigger than what you are right now. You do eventually want to do that. You want to try to take that risk. I'm telling you. If you don't, you will look like your ancestors. And no shade to them, but just take a look at them. Majority of our ancestors ended up doing what? Working in plantations, working in warehouses, working for someone else. None of them own shit. Because if they did, we wouldn't be where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. So a job is a job, no matter what you do. Respect the next man or woman's hustle. No matter what it is. OnlyFans, I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. That's the whole point. A job is a job. As long as it's bringing you money to the table, you're feeding your stomach. You're feeding others around you. You don't have to ask nobody else for nothing. You good. People come to you to borrow. That's how life should be. But that's a job is a job, ladies and gentlemen. You want to do something. We can't all just sit around and be lazy on the couch. That's not getting nothing done. We can't all be doing the same thing either. That's not getting nothing done. You know what I'm saying? So you want to fix these little things. These little things can be fixed and turned bigger here. You're missing the bigger picture here. Brighter days are ahead of you. Brighter days are on you right now. If you can't see that, you need to fix it, ladies and gentlemen. Fix it. Seriously. But I ain't gonna preach no more to y'all, man. We waiting on Biden, ladies and gentlemen. The word of the day here, LCAOD, fix. A job is a job. You seen the post. You seen it. Go do it. Go work. Go get some money. Make something shake here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The Dow is down here 65%. The S&P 500 is down 1.30. The NASDAQ is down 1.75. The Russell is down 28%. The VIX is up 12%. The market is fixing right in front of us. They're fixing to make a move. So you need to be ready here, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously. You wanna be ready at all times. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. Remember that. So remember that, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Elon backed out of bid on a Twitter board. That was earlier. People talk about it more. It's escalating. But yeah, man. For real. Fix it. A job is a job. Remember that. And make sure, let me add this. A legal job. A job is a job. If it's legal, do the right things out here, people. Want to change your life. I did. I'm just saying. But at the end of the day, teach your zone. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. The market is straight up finessing. Speedy Chaser Bag finessing.
Finessing. Finessing. Mira, Acuity man. Finessing. 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 One right. Go Spizzy. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finessing. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finessing. I'm all about that K, I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes, ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way, get the fuck up out my face, get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K, yeah, I'm tryna get that rate, yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay, talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yet for days, I got options yet for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on they necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no following, nigga. Ain't no following, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My kid been going, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 Still hot, one right. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't want no fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, from I thought you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'll make it right. Hit my phone and let me know if you ride tonight. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:30 p.m. We are still live here. We just waiting on Biden, man. Here you go right here. Right on time, Camilla Harris.
Please have a seat. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. President Joe Biden, members of Congress, members of our administration, friends, and fellow Americans. When gunfire rings out in a community, it brings fear and it brings pain to the victims, to those who love them, to the parents who tell their children to run into the bathtub when they hear gunfire on the street outside, because it is the safest place in the home from a stray bullet. Gun violence brings pain to the entire community, and by extension, to the whole of society. As a prosecutor, I brought many perpetrators of gun violence to justice. But I knew, even after a successful prosecution, the hurt and the loss and the fear often still remained. To the survivors of gun violence who are here with us today, and to the friends and family members of those we have lost, I thank you for your incredible determination in the face of so much pain. and it is a deep honor to stand with you today. As we know all too well, our nation continues to be plagued by an epidemic of gun violence. The President has worked for decades to end this terror. For my whole career, addressing gun violence has been one of my top priorities, first as a courtroom prosecutor, then as the elected district attorney of San Francisco when we created a gun specialist unit to go after violent offenders, then as Attorney General of California, where we worked within our California Bureau of Firearms to investigate and seize firearms for those who unlawfully possess them. I have seen firsthand how our nation's epidemic of gun violence has been driven by the proliferation of guns in our communities, and increasingly in recent years by the proliferation of ghost guns. Ghost guns can be purchased on the internet and assembled at a kitchen table. They can be bought without a background check by people who otherwise would be legally prohibited from gun ownership: domestic abusers, gun traffickers, individuals convicted of violent crimes, and even young children. Traditional guns are required to have serial numbers, which can help law enforcement identify a firearm that has been stolen from its lawful owner or found at the scene of a crime. Ghost guns have no serial numbers. They are practically untraceable, making it more difficult for law enforcement to hold to account those who use weapons to do violence. Because of how easy they are to access and how difficult they are to trace, ghost guns pose an especially grave threat to the safety of our communities. That is why, as a United States Senator, I was proud to co-sponsor a bill to manufacture and end the manufacturing, of sale of ghost guns. And it is why we are here today, to announce new actions to get ghost guns off our streets and to protect our communities from gun violence. The Department of Justice plays a critical role in addressing gun violence in our communities, and the actions we are taking today would not be possible without their partnership. So I'm proud to now welcome a leader who has spearheaded much of the department's work on this important issue, Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, Mr. President, Mia. There is no higher priority for the Department of Justice than keeping the American people safe. That is why every day we work with our community and law enforcement partners to combat violent crime through prevention and through prosecutions. Too often, though, murders and other serious crimes are committed with guns. Each victim of gun violence is someone's loved one, a neighbor, a friend. We stand together today in recognition of that loss and alongside all of those who have been touched by the tragedy of gun violence. We also stand together with resolve and with hope for the future. Just over 1 year ago, the President, the Vice President, and the Attorney General stood in this very spot to announce new steps to curb gun violence. One such critical step is reining in so-called ghost guns. These are guns that have no serial numbers. They are nearly impossible for law enforcement to trace. Many are sold without a background check. They're accessible to almost anyone. They often come in kits. They can be bought online. They can be assembled quickly with little or no training. That means that someone can convert parts in a box into a working gun with alarming ease. Now, we call them ghost guns because they can't be traced. But make no mistake, they are real, they can shoot to kill, and they do. For years, criminals have sought out these unmarked guns to murder and to maim. That's why the Attorney General has signed a rule that updates our regulations to keep up with changes in technology. The goal? To keep untraceable guns off of the streets, out of the hands of criminals and others who are prohibited by law from possessing a firearm. Some of the key changes include updating old definitions to ensure that gun laws apply to all firearms, including ghost guns, requiring gun dealers to run background checks on kits containing parts that can readily be converted into a gun, facilitating tracing by requiring firearms dealers to apply serial numbers to existing ghost guns so that they then take into inventory. Because of these updates, law enforcement will have additional crime gun intelligence to stop gun violence, to seek justice for victims of violent crimes, and to get guns used in crimes off of our streets. Today's announcement is one of many efforts by the Department of Justice to protect our communities from violent crime and gun violence. We continue to go after and disrupt illegal gun trafficking networks. We continue to go after and hold accountable the most violent offenders. And we are working every day with our partners in law enforcement and with community leaders to craft specific strategies to combat violent crime and keep communities safe. We will not stop until we reduce violent crime and save lives. As the Attorney General has said, the department will continue to apply every single tool at our disposal to fulfill that obligation. And now it is my great honor to introduce Mia Tretta, an inspiring young woman whose story illustrates why we're here today and why these actions are so important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Attorney General. Good afternoon. As she said, my name is Mia Tretta, and it's an honor to be here today. And not just because it's the White House, but because I'm speaking on behalf of two classmates who can't be here with us, one of whom was my best friend. When I woke up on November 14th, 2019, my biggest worry of the day was a Spanish test. I was a freshman at Saugus High School in Santa Clarita, California, determined to get good grades. So as soon as I got to school, I made a beeline for the quad to meet up with my best friend, Dominic Blackwell. It's hard for me to talk about Dominic. Like me, Dominic had big dreams, liked doing well in school, and planning for our futures. We spent the morning like any other, laughing, talking, until we heard a loud pop. It was a gunshot, followed by 6 more. One of the bullets hit me in the stomach. Somehow, I was able to get up and run away, but Dominic couldn't. I was airlifted to the hospital and spent hours in surgery having a bullet removed from my abdomen that was millimeters away from my major artery. Then my parents told me the terrible truth. Dominic had died, and so had another classmate, Gracie Ann Muehlberger, a 15-year-old girl with an infectious laugh. And a community was left shattered. I later learned that we had been shot by a 16-year-old student, for reasons I will never know. He had brought his father's weapon to school, a firearm I would come to know as a ghost gun. Ghost guns are untraceable, build-it-yourself firearms that look like a gun, shoot like a gun, and kill like a gun, but have not been regulated like a gun. I've also learned that as a student, I don't just have to worry about Spanish tests, but about my life. School shootings with ghost guns are on the rise. And the most lasting thing I have learned, other than the loss of friends or the shattering of my youth, is that nothing has relieved the pain in my heart like working to prevent more senseless shootings. So my family and I joined Everytown for Gun Safety, Moms Demand Action, and Students Demand Action. And we worked with thousands of other young activists and survivors to prevent more things like this happening. They turned my pain into progress. And that's why we're here today, celebrating progress, life-saving progress. Because now, finally, we have a president who realizes that thoughts and prayers alone are not enough. A president who has been standing up to the gun lobby for decades and winning. A president who has been standing up for survivors like me and so many others. A president who is taking bold, meaningful action to stop the spread of ghost guns. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great honor to introduce the strongest gun sense commander-in-chief ever to hold office, President Joe Biden.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Vice President, Deputy Attorney General Monaco. And Mia, you're an incredible young woman. We spoke for a moment inside the Oval Office, and a lot of people here who have lost someone, too many here have lost someone, know that no matter what the occasion, how celebratory or not it is, when you have to repeat it, you relive it like it just happened a moment ago. Your poise, your confidence, and your intellect are really impressive, honey. I mean, they really are. And you know, I think most people here can tell you've gone through serious loss, that the best way to deal with it is find purpose. And you found real purpose. And you are impressive. And thank you for sharing your strength, for helping us remember your friend Dominic Blackwell and Gracie Muehlberger. You know, Dominic and Gracie's parents are with us today. Are you prepared to stand up? If I don't want to embarrass you, but would you stand up? If you have a moment afterwards, maybe you can come in the Oval with me if you wouldn't mind. I'd love to talk to you. Frank and Nancy, Brian and Cindy, everyone here, as they say, feels your pain a little bit, particularly if they've suffered a serious loss. You've now joined a terrible fellowship of loss that many people have experienced. There are too many survivors and advocates here for me to name everyone today, but let me say, the loss in this crowd is incalculable, but so is the strength. So is the strength. I believe our nation will be safer for your bravery, and I really mean that. Survivors like me and Manny and Claudia, Los Angeles Deputy Sheriff who survived an ambush by a shooter with a ghost gun, represent individuals and families all across this country whose lives have been forever changed by a ghost gun. Some made national headlines, many others did not. Today we honor your strength and your action. A year ago this week, standing here with many of you, I instructed the Attorney General to write a regulation that would rein in the proliferation of ghost guns because I was having trouble getting things passed in the Congress. But I used what we call regulatory authority. A year later, we're here, we keep that promise. The gun lobby tried to tie up the regulators and paperwork for a long, long time. The NRA called this rule I'm about to announce extreme. Extreme. But let me ask you, is it extreme to protect police officers? Extreme to protect our children? Extreme to keep guns out of the hands of people who couldn't even pass a background check? Look, the idea that someone on the terrorist list could purchase one of these guns is extreme. It isn't extreme, just basic common sense. You know, if you buy a couch you have to assemble, it's still a couch. If you order a package like this one over here, that includes the parts you need, the direction of assembling a functioning firearm, you bought a gun. Take a look. Take a look at this. It comes in this package. You can see the picture down here maybe. This is the gun. It's not hard to put together. A little drill, hand drill at home. Doesn't take very long. Anyone can order it in the mail. Anyone. Folks, a felon, a terrorist, a domestic abuser can go from a gun kit to a gun in as little as 30 minutes. Buyers aren't required to pass background checks because guns have no serial numbers, these guns. When they show up at a crime scene, they can't be traced. Harder to find and prove who used them. Meaning you can't connect the gun to the shooter and hold them accountable. In fact, the ATF reports that they've been able to trace less than 1% of ghost guns reported by law enforcement. So it makes sense that police across the country are increasingly finding ghost guns at crime scenes. And by the way, ghost guns can be, quote, rifles, essentially assault weapons as well. This is just one version of the kit you can buy. Last year alone, law enforcement reported approximately 20,000 suspected ghost guns to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. That's a 10-fold increase in these ghost guns from 2016. 10-fold in 5 years. These guns are weapons of choice for many criminals. We're going to do everything we can to deprive them of that choice. And when we find them, put them in jail for a long, long time. Law enforcement is sounding the alarm. Our communities are paying the price, and we're acting. Today, the United States Department of Justice is making it illegal for a business to manufacture one of these kits without a serial number. Illegal. Illegal for a licensed gun dealer to sell them without a background check. And starting today, weapons like the one used in Saugus High School and to ambush deputies with us that are here with us today are being treated like the deadly firearms they are. And if somebody sells a ghost gun to a federally licensed dealer, for example, a pawn shop, that dealer must make the firearm and mark it with a serial number before reselling it. All of a sudden, it's no longer a ghost. It has a return address. It's going to help save lives, reduce crime, and get more criminals off the streets. And this rule is only part of our strategy to go after ghost guns. In February, the Department of Justice launched a national ghost gun enforcement initiative, intensifying our efforts to bring cases against those who use ghost guns illegally. We're teaching investigators and prosecutors best practices, how to build these cases, and assigning a coordinator in each of the ATF field divisions to serve as a point person for helping federal, state, and local law enforcement go after ghost guns. If you commit a crime with a ghost gun, expect federal prosecution. Not just state, expect federal prosecution. This rule is an important step. It's going to make a difference, I promise you. And a lot of other things we know work to reduce gun violence and other violent crimes and save lives. That's why I put together a comprehensive strategy to supercharge what works while continuing to push Congress to act on sensible legislation to prevent gun violence. In addition to today's rule, we're working on 4 areas. First, we're going after rogue gun dealers. The last time we had data on this was more than 20 years ago. 5% of gun dealers sold 90% of illegal guns found at crime scenes. 5% sold 90%. These merchants of death are breaking the law for profit, selling guns that are killing innocent people. We're cracking down on these gun dealers and the violent criminals they knowingly arm. Second, we're disrupting illegal gun trafficking. Attorney General Garland has directed all U.S. attorneys to prioritize combating gun trafficking that is moving guns across state lines and city boundaries. The Justice Department is surging prosecutorial resources to help shut down these trafficking corridors, including the one known as the Iron Pipeline that funnels weapons from gun shops in states like Georgia to crime scenes up and down the East Coast. Thirdly, we're funding strategies we know reduce gun crime, community policing, and community violence interruption. Look, I've said it many times. The answer is not to defund the police. It's to fund the police and give them the tools and training to support they need to be better partners and protectors of our communities in need. I've already made clear that I want cities, states, counties, and tribes to use some of the $350 billion we sent to them in the American Rescue Plan that I wrote in the first month to reduce gun violence, hire police officers for community policing, pay police overtime, purchase crime-fighting technologies. They were given the money, they can do it. Spend it. And now, on top of that, I'm calling for additional funding to put police on the streets for community policing. One thing we learned in the middle of the crime wave not long ago, when the cop knows by first name who owns the corner drugstore, who lives in the apartment above 6B, who the people who are the pastors of the churches, guess what? People talk to them. They trust them. My son was the Attorney General in Delaware. He'd go around and make sure everybody literally in these high crime rate neighborhoods, he'd give them his personal cell phone number and instructed all the cops to do the same thing. And they did. And the crime plummeted. Not a joke. Look at the record. Not just my son, but all across the nation. And for the FT to hire agents, they need to help to fight gun crime. More agents. My budget funds body cameras, make sure police work with our local communities and are accountable to the local communities. We're also investing in community violence intervention. These are areas of local programs that utilize trusted messengers, community members, and leaders to work directly with people who are the most likely to commit a gun crime or become victims of gun crime. Get to them early. It works. It works. They intervene before it's too late. Fourth, we're funding jobs and training for young people, summer programs, drug treatment, mental health, housing availability, criminal justice reform, and reentry support for people coming home after incarceration. Right now, you get let out of prison after serving your time, you get a bus ticket and $25. You end up under the same bridge you left 2, 5, 10 years earlier. If you serve your time, you qualify for Pell Grants, you qualify for housing, you qualify for food, you qualify to get back into the community, give them a fighting chance. These are all demonstrated ways to reduce crime. And I'm strongly urging cities, states, counties, and tribes to use the rescue plan funding we sent them to do more in each of these areas. And they need to do more and do it quickly before the summer, when crime typically surges around America. So, we're pushing in each of these areas, but none of this absolves Congress, with all due respect to my members of Congress here, they're the wrong people I'd be talking to. for the responsibility to act, we need Congress to pass universal background checks. Universal background checks. And I know it's controversial, but I got it done once. Ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. I was getting criticized when I first passed this law when I was a senator. And guess what? I was down in southern Delaware and do a lot of hunting and fishing down there. And I was walking up one of the creek beds. And the guy standing there said, "You want to take my gun?" I said, "I don't take your gun." He said, "Well, you're telling me I can't have more than the next number of bullets in my gun." And I said, "What do you think the deer you're hunting wear Kevlar vests? What the hell you need 20 bullets for? You must be a hell of a terrible shot." I'm serious. Think about it. Think about the mass shootings. As many as 100 rounds. It's a weapon of war. There's nothing to do with recreation. Outright banning the sale and possession of unserialized guns. Eliminate gun manufacturers' immunity from liability. They're the only outfit. They're the only outfit in the country that is immune. Imagine had the tobacco industry been immune to prostitute being sued. Come on. In February, the families of 9 of the Sandy Hook shooting victims achieved a settlement against the maker of guns that was used to kill their children. The Sandy Hook folks are here. Are you embarrassed to ask you to stand up? These folks right here did more to keep all this going than anybody. We owe you, man. We owe you. It never goes away, does it? God love you. Look, this is incredibly rare because gun manufacturers have more immunity from liability than any other American industry. So they've never had to take responsibility for the death and destruction their products cause. But as part of this settlement, Remington agreed to release thousands of pages of internal documents. You did that. And here's why it's so important. Remember, it wasn't until we saw the internal documents that we really understood what cigarette manufacturers are doing to our kids and our families. Now, we may begin to see what gun manufacturers are and are not doing when it comes to making and marketing their deadly products. And by the way, it's going to sound bizarre. I support the Second Amendment. You have a right. But from the very beginning, the Second Amendment didn't say you can own any gun you want, as big as you want. You couldn't buy a cannon when, in fact, the Second Amendment passed. And certain people from the very beginning weren't allowed to purchase guns. It's nothing new. It's just rational. Look, this should be just a start. We need to repeal the liability shield of gun manufacturers and finally hold them accountable for false advertising and many other things they do. There's one more action I'm taking today. There's only been one Senate who's confirmed the Director of Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives in the Bureau's entire history. It used to be didn't require Senate action when I first got to the Senate. But it's only been one since it became required confirmation. This is an agency whose mission is to protect communities from violent criminals, illegal trafficking of firearms, acts of arson and bombing, and a lot more. The mission of this agency isn't controversial, it's public safety. Today, to lead and support the dedicated men and women of the AFT, I'm proud to nominate Steve Dittelbeck. I mispronounced your name. As Director of Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Steve is immensely qualified. He served the Department of Justice for 2 decades. He worked side by side to support the work of federal, state, and local law enforcement, including AFT agents. And one of those was his case he was personally tried as a U.S. attorney, where the serial arsonist firebombed the courthouses and police headquarters in Mansfield, Ohio. For his work, Steve got death threats, but the defendant got 60 years. Steve also partnered with the community leaders and law enforcement to help prevent violent crime. He's worked with the police to combat domestic extremism and to take violent criminals off the street. Steve's record makes him ready on day one to lead this agency. And by the way, in 2009, the U.S. Senate unanimously confirmed him to serve as U.S. Attorney. I look forward to working with the Senate to get him confirmed once again. With what I've know about him and why I'm so enthusiastic about supporting him, I'd like to introduce my nominee to lead the AFTDU. All of you. Steve, come on up here. I'll just take this off. Thank you, buddy. I'm just going to stand over here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Vice President Harris, for your leadership in protecting the people of this nation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. Power Hour. We're into it now. We're starting to see the moves get made here. Spots popping up here to VWAP. We do got CPI in the morning here, you guys. So just keep in mind, man, that move is going to happen. That bet is priced in. So people are expecting it. The numbers will come out hot, but could be a real big dump here pre-market maybe. Possibly a gap up. We don't know how the market's going to really react to it, but the data is going to be out at 8:30 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. So it's kind of like last chance for alcohol, man. You either in or you ain't. You're going to be waiting after post. It ain't nothing wrong with waiting. I mean, you know, you can wait. It's still going to be opportunity. It's still early in the week. So it's however you want to get it done, just to make sure you just get on the right side of the trade or play it how it's playing you. Don't get stuck on one side when you see the market doing both sides. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to tune back in. We're live from the White House. I just wanted to let y'all know it is Power Hour. The spots filling the pass above VWAP here. 443 is your top here. The indices right now, breaking news here. We got Biden live right now. He's talking about action to fight gun crime here. The Dow is down 70%. The SP 500 is down 1.7%. The NASDAQ is down 1.45%. The Russell 2000 is down 15%. The VIX is up here 8.84%, up $23.12, now 9.26%. So, ladies and gentlemen, volatility is very high. Be cautious. Be careful. Market's moving here, but you do see numbers going backwards. So be cautious. We're going to tune back in.
I've seen firsthand the work that so many at the ATF do to protect us from violence. They're dedicated, they're professional, and they're effective. They don't write the laws. Their mission every day is just to go out and enforce those laws and protect the public from a wide range of threats. When I was U.S. Attorney, our office partnered with the ATF and the Cleveland Police as they doggedly investigated and brought a case involving the deadliest home arson in Cleveland history. Killed 9 people, including 8 kids. I also saw the ATF partner with the FBI and our office, first to find and then to bring to justice a bigot who drove from Indiana to outside Toledo to torch the largest mosque in Ohio. And last, and certainly not least, I have partnered with the ATF for decades in its crucial fight against gun violence. You know, whether it was taking a single violent recidivist off the street in Maryland or putting together a big racketeering case against a violent gang in Youngstown, Ohio. I have seen the ATF work with other law enforcement to make so many of our communities safer. As we emerge from this pandemic, we've got to recognize that many Americans still face fear and isolation, not because of a virus, but because of an epidemic of firearms violence. It's not a new problem, and it has many causes. That's why it's going to take an all-hands-on-deck partnership approach to address that issue. And the ATF will be there. If confirmed, I promise to support the men and the women of the ATF and to do everything in our power to protect the people of this nation every single day. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you all for coming. By the way, he was responsible for the weather as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats as the President and Vice President depart. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. That is your president, Joe Biden there. He's talking about action to fight gun violence. See, he got his boys with him. Secret Service, check them out. They own everything, but they on 10. They like, all right, now what's going on? It's too much. He's doing too much talking. Let's get out of here. They like, they own all his movement. His left, right step. Pretty serious. That's serious. That's just serious. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's it though. I think that probably might be the last briefing here today. It looks like let's see. I don't see nothing else. That might have been it here. So today we was kind of really chill on news. Wasn't that much news really rolling through. But what did move the market, the United Nations Security Council session this morning. And then we saw Jen and then Biden just went. So I think that's it, man. That's it, man. So yeah, it's about time to fix something, man. That's what it is. It's power hour here. And that's what the time is here. It's about time to fix something here. First day this week. We know it's a short week. Keep that in mind. Keep reminding your folks. Keep reminding your peoples here. Contracts are going to be pricing a little different here. Theta's going to be a little different here. We got a 4-day week. Keep all that in mind. They'll quickly just put everything on one side as a winner and a worthless. So remember that. Short week, 4-day week here. They're not really going to probably do too much, but they will make a winner out of the end of the week here. And that's what they always like to do. So keep that in mind. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Either in it or you ain't at this point. We done kicked off Q2 here. Big week this week. We got earnings coming up, man. Earnings coming up. Bank earnings. CarMax report here in the morning. That's gonna be really huge for the car industry. They report in the morning. You gotta they saying maybe about let's see here. Just hit me if you wanted to play it actually, because I don't want to throw that out there and then just have people just doing that. But because you know the earnings, it's a very high risk there with that. So but it is a possibility. More than likely they're going to actually do it when they say it. So you just got to get on the right side there. But it's going to move. CarMax is going to move. That's in the morning anyway, though. So we'll see. We're going to see tomorrow morning. Other than that, Big Tech's getting clapped here, man. For real. Amazon's down 50 here. Apple's down 3. Microsoft is down, y'all. Let me check Microsoft. They're down here by 10. Big Tech is really getting, like, plunged upon here. It's ugly here. The tech sector in general here. But they're trying to make a little bounce here towards the end of the day here. And they're lower band right now. But ain't nothing going on, man, for real here. Market just in the red here. We're kind of just chilling down here at the bottom, man. Really just sold off already in the pre-market. Was nothing nobody could really do, and it just kind of kept going down all day today. So just really a bearish day here. A straight bear day, man, for real. But if this is all the bears got, they should be a little worried. I wouldn't be really getting too like overly bearish, like, oh, I'm gonna take it, because obviously you're not seeing the market stay put here. So you got to keep all that in mind, man. Just be cautious, be positive, be respectful. That's the main thing you can do. If you can do that and have patience, things will plan out your way. Right now, it's a bunch of confusion going on here, a lot of trickery, a lot of foolery right now, but the move is definitely about to be made when that starts to appear towards the public eye, when you can start to really sense it more. That means the move is definitely here. Probably tomorrow here, CPI, and then maybe towards Thursday, you got bigger bank names like Goldman Sachs and stuff. So we'll see. We'll see. We're gonna see here. A lot of people, a lot of smart money here. Investors in general just waiting on the move. Just waiting for the earnings and waiting for the data. That's the best thing you can do here. So the S&P 500 drops more than 1% to start the week as higher rates send tech shares lower. That is your headlines there. So SPY's coming down here right now. Got rejected. VWAP still coming down now. Sales signals on fire here. We're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Relax. Have some patience. I'm telling you, it's going to work out. It's going to work out. I'm telling you. Just chill out. Don't rush it. Relax. Relax. Let them fight. Let them fight. Remember, fix. You're fixing right now. You're fixing your ego. It's an ego thing right now. The patience, you're fixing it. Get rid of that yellow demon, ladies and gentlemen.
I get the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off of river. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, then we tweak it. Bust his head and legal legal. Yeah. Bust his head and legal legal. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard and fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit us, he gon' tweak. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard and fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit us, he gon' tweak. Yeah. That nigga might be in his feelings. I just be smashing the hoe, ain't no puffin' no hoe. So the fuckers you talking about with us? I'm trying to get to the bitch. I'm trying to see me a million. I'm trying to stack and provide for my children. I got some niggas doing time locked down in the building. Refrigerator, what you know about send off a pack of bread and make it home. Jack boys, back door, run down and take everything you got in your home. All I know, keep me a phone. Try me a map for your zone. Try me nigga in the zone. All I know is take and get to that dough. Mama need her better home. Got you for real. They tryna see me to an early grave. I got some niggas that's gon' pay away. I got some niggas so I roll up the dope. I think about my niggas every day. I got some niggas doing time in the feds. They keep their head up, you could be home one day. You'll be home one of these days. I see my niggas and pray for bad days. My niggas bringing that pressure home. Can't trust a nigga who changed on this brother. No, that bitch wasn't loyal. Same niggas say that they love your profile for your mother. When you 6 feet on the dirt and your face on the shirt and you right from nerves. I come from the struggle, disrespect my brother. I'm riding this right. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weed. He ain't hit us, he gon' tweak it. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got this shit off a reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him leaking. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard and fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit this, he gon' tweak it. He gon' tweak it. He gon' tweak it.
yeah, this the one right here. Punch me in, drop.
Produced by Create.
Home in the city with killers and sticks. Country the block and we sleeping and shit. Throwing off foes, we lit as a bitch. They got by my side, we like Lilo and sticks. Come forward with the bros if you tryna get rich. We up in the mall, we ain't taking no pics. Hell nah, bitch. We ain't taking no pics. These niggas ain't aiming, they shooting their toes. Trapping all night, but you know it don't close. I just got the pack and it's already sold. When you get in that jump, boy, you know you gon' fold. He writing them statements, he know that he told. Just slid in my DM, I'm fucking that hoe. She talking crazy, she might get exposed. She might get exposed. Up in the trenches, I didn't have no pops. Fuck is a bitch, fell in love with the Glock. I'm stuck in the city, so punching the clock. 4 pockets full, I still never stop. I just bought a phone and I still got a knot. I got the kids to this shit, now they call me Glock.
Like fuck it, we fucking it up. Pints of the lean and I double the cup. Drop a few dollars and sour it up. Gave her a break, now she powering up. If he want to smoke, he know that it's up. I'm a big dog, that nigga up. Had to give me some bread, jump right in the street. That nigga can't rap, he can't hop on my beat. I'm with the bros, we playing for keep. My bitch go to sleep, then it's on the creek. Gotta come with some bread if you wanna feed. If she wanna fuck, then I'm charging the fee. Bitch.
Hey, this just some more gang shit. You already know. It's shit,
So
gang
ain't
shit.
shit.
Man. Fuck going on. Big money.
2K, nigga.
It's a nightmare on us street niggas blasting niggas. You better keep your strap close cause they'll whack you nigga. Don't pull up like you got it cause we'll snatch you nigga. Where your pants, where your rats, give me that sack little nigga. It's a nightmare on us street niggas blasting nigga. You better keep your strap close cause they'll whack you nigga. Don't pull up like you got it cause we'll snatch you nigga. Where your pants, where your rats, give me that sack little nigga.
I see demons when I sleep. Me, destiny in my heat. I be up while niggas sleep. Late nights jugging with the team. Searching and exploring for the green. My pistol, she so damn mean. Agency niggas and she stream. Niggas don't be clutching in they dreams. Yo, bitch, she bustin' for the team. Match through with Linda P. Trade thoughts, new AVP. I'm probably somewhere smoking with P. I got your bitch, she on her knees. She snatched my soul, I was off the lean. I wanna see a meal, but I'm only 18. Couple more years, they gon' have protein. Get that the meal to my bros, they leave. Breaking break gang on the daily. I get it down, shit ain't gravy. This bitch glow up, don't try to play me.
It's a nightmare on us street niggas blasting niggas. You better keep your strap close cause they whack you nigga. Don't pull up like you got it cause we'll snatch you nigga. Where your pets, where your rats, give me that sack nigga. It's a nightmare on us street niggas blasting nigga. You better keep your strap close cause they'll whack you nigga. Don't pull up like you got it cause we'll snatch you nigga. Where your pet, where your rats, give me that sack nigga. Where that cash bitch nigga, where that cash bitch nigga. Don't make me call them wild boys to come bust that ass my nigga. You stupid as fuck, you thought you was gonna come make it past my nigga. You know my shooters laying low, hiding in that grass my nigga. So you wanna be a fool little boy, so you like to two little boy. You a little Alice, thought you were real hard, ain't was in school little boy. I can teach you something little boy, something about this money little boy. You ain't chasing no bands little nigga, you like tweaking on the Zan little nigga. Yeah boy, I'm the man little nigga. Fuck a fan, I got bands my nigga. Make a fan with the bread little nigga. Pretty bitch in the bed with a nigga. Said she wanna get head to the nigga. Hey. Pretty bitch in the bed with a nigga. Said she wanna get head to the nigga. Hey, gangin' this bitch, nigga. Bitch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here from the break. It's 3:20 p.m., man. Woo! What a day! What a day! But man, it's only been one day so far. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting week. Short week. Remember though, short-lived here. Sticks to that. Short-lived here. Good Friday. Friday market close. But these next 3 days gonna be interesting, man. It was definitely a red day though. Definitely the Bears. So far, the Bears are winning here, and they're actually about to get that 440 near it close. That's what I'm noticing here too. Sales signals on fire here. Sales signal on fire. Market's coming back down here right now though. Stocks starting to lose a little bit of traction here, starting to slip back up. They haven't flushed below 441.18 though. So when we get below that and we can get near that 440 area, now we really are fully back in the bear market. We right now are in a bear bull market, still slightly, but it's looking over here for the bulls, you guys. If the spot slips up and we close right at 440 or maybe even at 440 below, but keep in mind they can find support right at 442. So that's what I'm saying. We got to really see that flush or stay below 440 to know that we are just really back in the bear market, and the trend just changed on us that fast. Right back in the bear market, you guys. So things can reverse. As you can see, volatility it's pretty fast. it changes the trajectory on the stocks and the trends and all that. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, when you're investing or trading. The market is red here. Know the difference between being an investor or a trader. So, and then at the end of the day, you can be both or you can be one. It doesn't matter. You can be none. It doesn't matter. It's up to you. The choice is yours, always. VIX is up here, though, 11.20%, $23.53. The Russell 2000 is down 12%. NASDAQ leading the way down 1.70%. S&P 500 right behind on 1.31%. The Dow is down 81% here. So not looking good here. CPI data getting closer and closer here. Man, tomorrow's going to be very interesting. We're keeping in mind that comes out at 8:30 a.m. in the morning. So that's pre-market. That information will be out by the time you wake up. Some of you going to get up late and it's already going to be out. So just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It's very serious, man. It's probably best to stay neutral here if you really don't know what's about to happen. Or you really don't know what CPI means. You probably want to look it up. But yeah, it's going to be a huge move here coming in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Stay patient, stay cautious. Watch, learn something. You don't have to play every day. You know. Choice is yours. Those that know what's going on, good luck. Good luck. Because even the ones that know we know what's going on, we don't really know what's going on, if that makes sense. So technically speaking, like, it can go either way. You get what I'm saying? Like, we know what's going on, but it can go either way. We do know that too. We are aware of that. We are aware. So this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, 3:24 p.m. Let's tune in to Yahoo Finance Live. Let's see what they got to say. They're talking about DoorDash. I ain't heard from them in a while. Let's see what they're talking about.
Tier for subscriptions, and it's going towards college students here. Now, what's critical is they're trying to offer them some fast and affordable ways to get everything that college students need. And we know that this type of demographic and profile, busy, on the go, doesn't have time to always run to the store, heavy class schedules, whatnot, and everything in between. And so for $4.99 a month, as opposed to the higher tiered, I believe $9.99 a month, they're going to get kind of a discounted access plan. So that's particularly interesting for me, and we'll see if DoorDash is able to get more signups at the college level. That creates even more customer lifetime value as well at the end of the day.
Available to all graduate and undergraduate students. That is a slam dunk. They will absolutely win with that. As a father of 3 kids, they will all jump on that deal at $5 a month, half price. All right, my play is Etsy, ETSY, of course, because as of today, the online marketplace raising its seller transaction fees from 5 to 6.5%. May not sound like a lot. It sure is to those sellers. As a result, thousands say they are essentially going on strike. They're going to put their accounts on vacation mode, but they're also urging all of the buyers out there to stop using Etsy as for right now. They have a petition going around that supports this strike. Right now, north of 50,000 signatures that support their strike, asking them to take away that extra fee that added 1.5%. So we'll see where that strike goes. For the next week, they have that on from today through next week. We'll see how that impacts the bottom line at Etziats. For the stock price, up on the day, just over 2%, just about $2 a share. It's been a rough go this year, though, for Etsy, down 43% year to date.
Yeah, that's a great point, and especially considering some of the sellers, they not only sell on Etsy, it's not exclusive for them. They can also take some of their products to other platforms and see where they're able to also bring over some of those customers that they've engaged with over the years. So we'll see where this strike gets through.
Interesting on Etsy here. Spots coming down though, you guys. It looks like we might be touching that 440 here. 441.12 cents. We're very close. Spots coming down here. Bears are clawing right here towards the end. Very interesting what's going on right now. And they're sliding the market here, you guys. Stocks coming down here with it. Amazon starting to come down here now. You're seeing Tesla come down too. Let's see. Let's check with some chip makers here. Yeah, NVIDIA lost that $1. So, yeah, it looks like they're going to pull it down slowly here. But if it closed low, just think about CPI data and it closing low. Not looking good. So keep that in mind. We're getting close to close too, man. We're getting close to the closing bell. They're taking a quick break here. We're gonna take a quick break here, man. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you're learning something. Hope you're earning something on this channel, this live stream. We do this every Monday through Friday. Try to anyway. Might take one day out of the week off, but maybe two. Depends. But we do this every Monday through Friday, man. I need y'all to visit the website at www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com. Go visit the website. It'll get you set up. You want to become a client. You just want to learn something. You want some consultation. What you got going on in your life? You just need some money. Spots coming down here, 440, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live. There you go, 440.93, you guys. Uh-oh. We're in the bear market. Ding, 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 ding. Bear alert, bear alert, bear alert. Trend reversal. The trend is your friend till it dumps you. And it just dumped the bulls, you guys. We are officially in the bear market, you guys. There's nothing you can say that can defer the situation. Numbers do not lie. Welcome back, Bears. Oh, man, that was cool right there. We're here now. The fight is on. Ding, ding, ding. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We will be right back.
You already know what the fuck going on. Green dress like I'm Medusa, make your nigga fall in love. My money run like rulers, boy, fuck you, where your plug. My nigga bitch, some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. He fuck me, flight to Paris, smoke a blunt and get some brunch. No photo, this shit hitting type of weed that had you sprung. He coming back like replay, cause he know that I'm the one. These other bitches corny, no Fritos, ain't got no chips. I been swagged out, these bitches dipping in my drip. They wonder why I'm smelling, cause I know that I'm that bitch. Consistency and timing make a young nigga rich. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. My money low like rulers, boy, fuck you, where your plug. My nigga bitch, some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. You want me with my bag and I ain't fucking with no scrub. If you got it, that ain't nothing, you ain't fucking with no bum. Bitch, I bet I flip a stack and watch my niggas run it up. They bring me back my profit, I ain't gotta do shit. Ugly hoes always talking, bitch, your legs must smell like piss. Young boss, bitch, coming straight from out the bottom. These hoes make me make believe they don't really got no problem. Can't fuck no regular nigga, they be looking for some clout. Can't put shit near this pussy cause they can't close they mouth. They be talking like they bitches, no real niggas, it's a drought. When I come across one, I be sure to point them out. Green dress like I'm Medusa, thick red bitch, I hear you love. She cry just like a baby, damn, what you wanna hug? I gotta make it happen,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, bear market, bear market, bear market, bear market. We're back. SPY's down 440. It's still selling. Amazon dumping 3,023. Here it come. Here it come. They getting out of there now. They're running out of there. Some people, oh, CPI in the morning. Fuck that. Fuck you. They're getting out of there. They're like, oh, my broker didn't fucking tell me that. I'm pissed right here. This is that last minute selling. We're probably going to have a 10-minute rig here. 3,022 Amazon. Here we go. We're getting lower. 3,021. Can I get 3,020? Can I get 3,020? Can I get it? 3,020? Can we just get 3,000? Let's get straight to it. Let's get straight to it if you can. Oh, we're going to stop it here. SPY's coming down, you guys. 440. 49, you guys. Oh, no, we're back to it. They're back to it. They're not done. Oh, we're not done. We're not done. Oh, we're not done. 440.35 lower today, you guys. Volatility spiked here. $23.42. Triple Q's is down here. 341.50. Amazon still selling here. They're selling off. NVIDIA's coming down here. 218. They're down 12. Everybody's starting to feel that pressure. Oh, pressure bursts pipes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, pressure bursts pipes, ladies and gentlemen, but it also builds diamonds. Tesla's coming down, 979. 979. Oh, 979. Market selling off, you guys. We're in the middle of a sell-off. Be very aware of this. The market is dumping here. The market is dumping here. Oh, man. Oh, gravy. Oh, gravy. Oh, man. Oh, it's getting serious here. Sell-off. Oh, Tesla intensifying. It's over there. It's over there. Elon Musk and Kathy, they're done. They're done. Everybody's selling, you guys. We're coming down. We're in the bear market, you guys. We're back in the freaking woods. This bull must be blind. He walked back into the woods, you guys. This bull is blind as I don't know. I'm telling you, you guys, it is over here. We are officially in that mode there. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you guys, it's over with. You don't want to really get into buying the puts here at the bottom. I would let it bounce. They're going to bounce, but they were just getting low there. That's all. A bit of a profit taken there. It's not going to jump back up here, though. It's over with. They're done. 440.28, you guys. We're in a bear market. Bulls are out of it here. There's no bull. The bull is lost in the woods again. We lost the bull just now. We don't know where the bull just went to in the woods. We're deep in the woods again. It's critical here. Everything, all the articles with the recession, I hope that's starting to click in with you guys here too. Everything to start to be thinking about long term here now too. You probably want to be moving positions. SPY's coming down, you guys. This is getting ugly. They're not playing here. I'm telling you. They're not going to let it even try to bounce back up. CPI data's in the morning. It's really just nothing to be like panicking about, but it's a warning signal. They're telling you, they're warning you that the sell signal is on fire. The sell signal is on fire. The sell signal is on fire. And that's just what it is, man. That's just what it is right now. The sell signal is on fire, man. We're at the bottom. Everybody's at the bottom. The stocks are actually starting to flush here. The SPY did finally flush that 440 level and entered the woods again, the bear market. The trend did just change here. Amazon's still selling, you guys. They're still over there selling. Amazon's still selling, you guys. It's coming down over there. Amazon is coming down. It's going down, you guys. Oh, yeah, everybody. Oh, yes, sir. Tesla's coming down too more. It's starting to happen. This is it, you guys. This is your move here. Now, we can expect a quick spike maybe in the morning. The CPI is good. But right now, you guys, this thing is done here. This thing is done today. They're selling. Too much bad news. Too much bad news upon bad news, and just not worth it. Just not worth it. The market's dumping here, though, you guys. They're getting low here. Amazon's selling off still. Sell signal is going crazy. Sell signal is going crazy. They're dumping, you guys. Yes, sir. Here we go. Here we go. We're playing a big game here now. We're playing a big old game here now with the Amazonians. Uh-oh. 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 They're dumping it. They're dumping it. They might try to bring it back down to 3,000 here. Looks like we're going to have a 10-minute rig. They might even bounce it. I don't know here. Just stay cautious, you guys. Just stay cautious. Tomorrow's a huge day here. Huge day here. Just quick scalping here, you know, if you can. That'd probably be your best bet. But huge day. Oh, man. They're dumping, though, man. They did get low right there. The market came down finally. So we're in the bear market, you guys. Just stay cautious. Know where we're in. The trend just changed. The trend just changed. We got about, 20 minutes left here? 20 minutes left? Trend just changed. 20 minutes left. Just stay calm. It can be a little 10-minute rig. Anything is in play right now. Just know where we're at. Volatility still spiked here. Volatility still spiked here. They're trying to get a little bottom in right now. That was a bunch of selling there. They sold off for about a good 10 minutes right there, maybe. So they're getting a little bounce here, a little borrow here. Just relax. I'm telling you. Little bottom. We're still in the bear market. They're gonna fight it now. The fight is on, though. Believe that. Fight is on for sure. We'll see, though. We'll see. We will see, man. This is exciting. This is what it's about. This is what you want to see. You want to see this type of action here take place. But yeah, man, this is it right here. Nice little bounce here right now so far. In the woods here, they're just, realizing where they at. Nice little bounce in the woods here so far. Let's see how far it takes us here now. This is very interesting here now. The market has definitely shifted here, folks. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Nice little bounce in the woods here. Looks like the bull is familiar with this place. Familiar with the place here. Just taking a look around. See that it left some things. But man, wow. That was a crazy sell-off right there, y'all. That was crazy. There was no really news even dropping that. So that's just letting you know the fear that the CPI is putting into the market. Not only that, I mean, you got bank earnings. Things can just change this week, man. They really can. They can change this week. Yeah, we're just chilling right now, though, as of right now. This is the first bounce from the new low from the day. So they're actually letting it run here right now a little bit. But like I said, it ain't. I'll just wait. I would just wait. I would just wait. Like I said, the last 10, they do 10-minute rigs here. I don't think the selling pressure is just going to halt right there. 440.20 is the low. So they might retest it, man. Let's see here. Amazon's going to be your leader there as far as to let you know what's going on here. They just tremendously just moved here. They're down the worst here. The bad, $72. That's pretty ugly here today. So I think they want to really see that 3,000. They about to put pressure on it. Looks like we're going to get that retest. But it looks like also there's a possibility. Let's see here with the tech names. They might start flushing here too on this last 10 minutes. I'm seeing some of them start to move here. Alibaba. Ooh, 101. Oh. Should have grabbed those. Alibaba. China. They're hurt over there, China. So yeah, we're gonna see here, man. We're gonna see. We just sitting here chilling right now. Just sitting here chilling, anticipating the move. We're in the bear market, so just really kind of watching to see what they're doing here. It looks like they're about to retest for 40.20, or they're gonna either like flush lower here, you guys. We might see 439 today. I ain't see that coming. So just keep that in mind. Just stay cautious right now. We're in the bear market, you guys. Things have just changed right in front of your eyes here. It might be a leak to the CPI out here or something. All that. Just be mindful of all of that. Little crunch and hold here. Little crunch and hold here, 440, 44 on the SPY. So I see what they want to do. It might flush below here. It might not. It might just hold to here just for the day, end of the day here. Then let the chips be laid where they need to be tomorrow with the data coming out. But we're acting really weird, man, right now. It's really close, like it's wanting to flush here. We do got the low end of the day keyed in on the SPY. We got the high of the day keyed in on the VIX, and it's very close right here. Tight battle here. Sensing some weakness. But at the same time, it's just not doing it. There we go. Sensing some weakness. So stock's going to come back down now. New low on the SPY. No flush, though. Quick bounce. Quick bounce. Still weak. So they fighting right here at the bottom, basically. So you want to just hang tight. Hang tight here. Everybody should be fine, man. For real. Let's see. Most names where they need to be. So Starbucks is at $80. Spotify's at $139. Shops up 15. They're in the green. I don't know how long that's gonna last. Nvidia still 218. McDonald's at 250. So yeah, we are in the bear market. SPY is fighting here. We got a new low, 445 cent. 445 cent. This is a bear market, you guys. We're getting lower lows here. People are tired of it. They're selling. They're tired of the crap. They're selling. Let's see, we got about 15 minutes left here till close. So keep that in mind as well, man. But we're going to take a quick break. In the meantime, take a little 5-minute break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
diamonds hit with they so bright. She suck the dick and do it right. I'm sipping on acne, hit with Sprite. I'm fucking your bitch, we go all night. I be that man when you sit back. I rock with Chauncey, got kick back. When they lay low, I say get back. I throw this force, do it for racks. I can't let up these niggas decap, big cap and rock. Draco gon' clap. She moan big when I hit from the back. Pressure gon' hit one hit, you jet. I got two hoes, they ate me up. Run up on me, you test your luck. She fuck with ball, she like the suck. I'm on the hill, I got it took. Big Don shit don't hang with lame. In a fast car, I'ma switch lanes. She got good head, she gave me brain. Bitch, I'm black heart, I'm so insane. I said my blood run through my veins. Chime up business, feel like Kane. Fuck nigga, play around with gang. Let off 2 shots, we hit a stain. Let off 2 shots, we hit a stain. I feel like Travis, make it rain. Can't fuck with you if you ain't gang kid. Got a shot or let it sing. Done fucked up, now look what happened. I'm in the store and I be snapped. I be with Luke, let's get it crack. I know some niggas really trap. I'm off for being right now in the whip. Big Glock, let off it real. I'm about to guap, nigga, about my chips. He think he told, he saw the clip. I be in malls, I'm posted up. We walk in malls, I got big racks. I'm in the party, I'm fucked up. She shaking ass and throw it back. I been that nigga, little bro, hit on with the blicker. Caught him lacking, hit a switch. Bitch is stupid, I can't kiss her, I won't miss you. I'm on a mission, my wrist cold, you see the difference. Man, that crack gon' have them itching. Diamonds shining, bitches pissing. I can't fuck with none of these niggas. Niggas hate cause I say trash. It's a few I call my brothers. Fuck your niggas, fuck a friend. I can't fake it, I'ma make it. Tryna pull up in the Benz. If I want it, I'ma take it. Fuck a hers and fuck a his. I'm a stepper fully loaded. Got her screaming, now she choking. Got a roller, bitch, I'm focused. Niggas rest based on emotion. I'ma pop up like a notice. When I pop out, it's a scene. Tell me who can really do this shit. I'm only 18. I'ma try to make it. 25 acre Productions, man. Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. Please stop all the faking. You know that I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. I'm headed to the money, though. 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 Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Headed to the money, though. Headed to the paper route. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, the paper route is gonna take me out. Yeah, take me out the hood. Have me eating good. Yeah, yeah, I wish you would. Try to take my meal. Try to take my paper. Come out of the ground like I am an undertaker. Yeah, my nigga, no, I'm never faking. Yeah, I sing too. Yeah, I ain't just draking. Yeah. Nope, no, I'm never faking, yeah. Run up on me, you mistaken, yeah. Yeah, what you taking? No, I'm never faking. Yeah, I'm with the crew, doing what I do. Yeah, I'm on that earth. Yeah, I smoking true. Yeah, I'm in the crew, doing what we do. Yeah, no love, yeah, to you. Cause you know I'm gon' make it. No, you not gon' take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money though. 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 Yeah, I'm headed to the money. Don't look at me funny. Leave your brains looking runny. Sunny side up. Yeah, I'm on that lane. Yeah, you know I'm double cut. Yeah, I got the green. Yeah, you know I'm rolling. Yeah, you know I'm smoking. Smoking on that yeah, I roll that gas. Yeah, I'm smoking on that perk. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. You know I'm trying to make it. And you will never take it. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. Snap back for you get fitted. Yeah, boy, I'm not kidding. Oh, I'm not kidding. I'm tryna make it out. Tryna make it out. Yeah, I'm 22, but you not gonna take me out. Yeah, you not gonna take me out. Yeah, you not gonna take me out. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. We got about 5-6 minutes left. You see the market bounced here off the bottom, but the spot's still selling off. Stock's kind of going the opposite direction here, but the spot's selling off here, 439. So we're going to see what's going to happen tomorrow, man. It's going to be very interesting here. That's how they're going to end the day. It's going to be confusing here. They're going to trap, frustrate, fool crew. You know what I'm saying? They're going to try to confuse you here. But I would just say, just patient here. The move is going to happen. It's going to come. Just stay patient. Spots coming down now, though. Some stocks starting to act like they correlating with it. But we do got breaking news here. Bitcoin falls below 40,000 for the first time in a month as investors assess global macro risks. Ladies and gentlemen, all the indices are down 1-2% here. It's starting to get ugly. Ugly here. The spot's down here, 439.45. Oh, man, it's starting to get ugly. We're going to see what happens tomorrow, though. The data's the key thing. That's what everybody's anticipating. So we'll see. We will see. Yeah, it's going to boil down to tomorrow here, you guys. You can start to tell here. We got about 5 minutes left. About 5 minutes left. We might have a 5-minute rig here or something. But we got about 5 minutes left, man. Market about to close here. We in a bear market. Crazy how the trend changed. And even the market makers ain't adjusted yet. But they're going to fix it. They'll get it together. They'll get it together. The machine's just a little off here. The data's going to fix it all. You just kind of really getting the image of inflation. We are about to close, ladies and gentlemen. We got about 3 minutes left here. We're just watching this nice little new bear market, trying to get adjusted to it, seeing where they want to do and how they doing it. New adjustments here, that's all. There will be probably new signals being sent out to you guys as well here, because they did just flush the market here finally, but it did bounce very quickly here. So kind of get a little hints of CPI data too. This is kind of how that's going to be in the morning. We're going to see here, you guys. Just stay focused here. We got about 2 minutes left here. The market is about to close here. So kind of focus in right here. This is very important here. Seeing what you want to do and what you got to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the market is about to close. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream today, though. I hope you learned something, hope you earned something. Just keep in mind, we in a bear market, though, for real. Be sure to update that. Update your information there. The sales signals are on fire. So, yeah, man. Yep. This is what it is right now. We got about 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 60 seconds here. The market is about to close. It's about to end. Make your final decisions here. You got CPI data tomorrow. A lot of news coming out. A lot of stuff going on. Ladies and gentlemen, make your final picks here. Make your pick your best pick. Spies coming down here. We're in a bear market, you guys. We're in a bear market, you guys. SPY is coming down here now, 439.39. What you guys want to do?
Devin, here's this little thing you want to do whenever you want to do it.
What's that right there? Oh, that little section stuff?
Yeah. You just
okay. That's all right.
Put a little pinch of salt in here, and then just a half of a teaspoon, half of a spoon, half of it, not the whole. Don't fill it up on the spoon, half of it, and put that in there, and fill the rest up with water all the way up here, and you stick that down in there.
Oh, okay. That's how you do it.
Yeah, look, and you push that button on it. Come on, you'll see when it come on. The light's gonna come on in there.
Oh, that's dope. That's simple too. I thought it was like more than that. No. So you can just like sit in the bed, lay with it, and do
I'm
that.
gonna go ahead and put the stuff in.
Yeah, go ahead and start it for me.
You don't put too much. Did you see how red my legs?
All right, market close, you guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace out. LCAOD. Remember that.